Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are going to start on with events. And the first thing we are going to talk about is the introduction to browser events. Now, an event is basically a signal that something has actually happened. All DOM nodes generate such signals, but events are not limited to the DOM. So here is a list of the most useful DOM event just to take a look at, where at the top you can see that you have got the mouse events. In the mouse event, the first one is the click. Now it is when the mouse clicks on an element in touchscreen devices generates it actually on a tab. Then the second one is the context menu, that is when the mouse right clicks on an element. When we have the mouse over or mouse out, that is when the mouse cursor comes over or leaves an element. Then we have the mouse down or mouse up, that is when the mouse button is pressed or released over an element. And finally, we have the mouse move, that is when the mouse is actually moved. In the second type, we have got the keyboard events. And in the keyboard events, we have the key down and key up. That is when a keyboard key is pressed and released. After that, we have the form element events where we have the submit and focus. Submit is when the user submits a form, and focus is when the visitor focuses on an element, for example, an input tag. Then we have the document events in which we have the DOM content loaded. That is when the HTML is loaded and processed. Now DOM is actually fully built. Then we have the CSS events in which we have transition end, that is when a CSS animation finishes. Now there are a lot of other events as well. We are going to go into more detail of particular events in upcoming tutorials. So what is basically an event handler? Now to react on events, we can actually assign a handler that is going to be a function that runs in case of an event. Now, handlers are basically a way to run the JavaScript code in case of user actions. Now, there are several ways to actually assign a handler. So let's see them starting from the simple one that is going to be using an HTML attribute. Now, a handler can be set in HTML with an attribute that is going to be named as on, and after that, it is going to have an event, and the event is going to be what we have discussed. So it can be on click, on context menu, on mouse over or out, and so on. So to assign a click handler for an input, right here, what you are going to do is that you are going to, let's just say, have an input here. The value here, the type is going to be button. And right in here, what you're going to do is that you are going to assign a value to this button that is going to be click me, and on, that is basically the format. And after that, you have to actually write in the event which we have just discussed. So let's just say we want to have the very simplest event that is going to be on click. And on click, what I want to do is that I want to do the simplest of all, that is alert. And inside that, we are going to simply write in clicked, which means that it is going to alert clicked whenever this button is clicked. So on mouse click, the code inside the on click is going to run. Now you can see that inside the on click we use single quotes because the attribute itself is in double quotes. So if you forget that the code is inside the attribute and use double quote inside this, then it is not going to work. So whatever you have inside these brackets of alert are going to be in single quotes because the attribute, as you can see here, the on click is in double quotes. So double quotes inside this is not going to work actually. So if you now save this and you go towards your browser, refresh this, you can see that you have got click me button. So if you click on it, you can say that it is going to say clicked. So that is the simplest event of how to have an event executed using an HTML attribute. Now, the second type is using a DOM property. Now, we can assign a handler using a DOM property that is going to be the same as on event. So, what you are going to do for that is that we are going to just remove this and we are going to have an input here. The type is going to be button. We are going to assign an ID to it that is going to be element. And right here, we are going to specify a value to this as well that is going to say click me. Now, right down here, we are going to have our script tags, and inside that, we are going to have element dot, and it is going to be on a click. It is going to actually call upon a function, and inside that function we are going to have a simple alert statement that is going to say clicked. So if you refresh your browser now, you can see that you have got the button, click it, and it is going to say clicked. So that's how basically you can access a DOM property as well. So as there is only one on-click property here, as you can see, we can actually not assign more than one event handler. For example, you can see that with this input type, we have this script tag attached here. So right in here, if you try to assign one more event, like on click here again and want to have alert the inside event. So you can see that you have the way where you have coded that before, where you have the event inside this input tag, but you can also see that you have also got this event. So let's just see that which one works actually. So if you refresh this, click on this button, you can see that it says clicked, which means that JavaScript actually overwritten the existing handler. Now there is also a way to actually remove a handler, and that is using assign element dot on click, and you can make it equal to null, and that is going to actually do your job. So moving ahead, now we can also access the element using this keyword. Now the value of this inside a handler is actually the element, the one which has the handler on it. So right here, what if you have a button? So we will just remove this from here. We will just scroll down towards the left a bit. And right here, we are going to have a button, and the button inside that is going to say click me. So right inside here, we are going to have the on click, and we are going to simply write in alert. And inside that, we are going to write in this dot, and we don't need but the quotes actually. So we are going to have only this dot inner HTML. So let's just see what happens, but we will just remove this code from here. We don't need that. So we will refresh this, click this, and you can see that it is going to show you click me, which are actually the contents of this button. So the contents include click me here. That exactly what this dot inner HTML is going to get us. So now the next thing we are going to talk about is how to actually use the add event listener. Now the fundamental problem of the forementioned ways to assign a handler is that we cannot assign multiple handlers to one event. So let's say one part of our code wants to highlight a button on click and another one wants to show a message on the same click. So what we would like to do is that we would like to assign two event handlers for that, but a new DOM property will actually override the existing one which you have seen as well. So developers of web standard understood that long ago and suggested an alternate way of managing handlers using the special method that are known as the add event listener and the remove event listener, which are not bound by such constraint. Now the syntax to add a event listener is something like this, where we have element dot, and then we have the add event listener, and inside that we have three parameters. The first one is the event, the second one is the handler, and then we have some options which are actually an optional parameter as well. Now, event is actually the event name that can be click or anything else. Then we have the handler function and additional options that can be of three types. The first one is once, that is if true, then the listener is automatically removed after it triggered. Then we have the capture one, that is the phase where to handle the events. Then finally we have passive, that is if true, then the handler will not call the prevent default. We will explain that later. So to remove the handler, we are going to use the remove event listener, which has almost the same pattern. We have the three parameters, event handler and options. But what you have to do is that just in place of this remove add, you have to add remove right over here. And that is actually going to do your job. So let's just see how it works with the help of a very simple example. We will just save this, and right inside here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a very simple input tag. The type is going to be button. Then we are going to assign an ID to it that is going to be element. And we are going to assign it with a value that is going to say click me. Now inside the script tags, what we are going to do is that we are going to assign our handler, and this time we are going to have two handlers. The first one is going to be handler number one, and inside the handler number one, we are going to simply alert, not alerts, it is going to be alert, and we are going to just say that handler handler number one called. And after that, we are going to have another handler that is going to be handler number two. And inside that, what we are going to do is that we are going to alert, and we are going to alert that handler dash two called. Now what we are going to do is that right here, what we are going to have is inside the script tag is element, which has basically the ID which we want. So we are going to have element dot on click equal to alert click. And after that, we are going to have element dot add event listener. And inside the event listener, we are going to have parameters. The first one is going to be the thing which you want, that is going to be the event, that is going to be a click event. And after that, we are going to have handler number one here. And then we can have element dot handler number two, not like that, but we are going to have the add event listener, and inside that we are going to have click event, and this time we are going to have handler number two. Now when this statement executes, what that is going to do is that it is going to actually give us this output, whereas when the handler number two execute, it is going to give us this output. So if you save this page, and let's just see what happens when you refresh the browser, you can see when you click, it is going to say first clicked, then it is going to call upon handler number one, and then it is going to call upon handler number two, which is exactly opposite of what we were doing before. In before, when we actually add attached two events to a single tag in here, you notice that it actually overwritten the previous one and it called upon only the last one. So in here, you can see that it not only called this, which is the direct event assigning using the normal onClick, and right here we assigned multiples to the add event listener. So you can see that three events are actually attached to a single click on this single button right here. The first one is the simple event, that is the on click which you have which you have discussed before, and the second one and the third one are using the add event listener. So as you have seen here, that we can set handler both using a DOM property and using the add event listener, but generally we use only one of these ways. It was just to show you that how you can actually have both of these together as well. So that is it with this tutorial. You have learned a lot about the browser events. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about that. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about events. And in this tutorial, we are again going to talk about introduction to browser events. And in here, we are going to start on with event object. Now, to properly handle an event, we would want to know more about what's happened, not just a click or a key down, but what were the pointer coordinates actually, which key was pressed, and so on. Now, what when an event happens, the browser creates actually an event object. that is going to have the details into it, and it is going to pass it as an argument to the handler. So let's just say that you have this input type button id element, and in here we have value as click me. Now inside the script tag you are going to have element dot on click is going to call upon a function. And now inside that function, what we are going to do is that we are going to show the event type, we are going to show the element, and we are going to show the coordinates of the click. Now to do that, we are going to have an alert statement where we are going to have event dot type. We are going to concat this with at, concat it further with the event dot current target. So after that, what we are going to do is that we are going to alert the coordinates. We are going to see the coordinates where the click happened. So we are going to concat this with the event dot client x, and we are going to further concat this with a colon and concat this with event dot client y. So what that is going to do is that it is going to give us the type of the event, the current target, the client X event, and the Y coordinates where the event actually occurred. So now the event object has these properties. You can see that we have the event type. That is the event type. Here it is going to be click. And the second one we actually wanted was the event dot current target, as you have seen. Now, element that it is basically element that handled the event. Now, that's exactly the same as the this keyword, unless the handler is an arrow function or it's the this keyword is bound to something else. Then we can get the element from event dot current target. And finally, we have event dot client x and event dot client y that are the window relative coordinates of the cursor for pointer events. Now there are more properties as well. Many of them depends on the event type. Like keyboard events have one set of properties, pointer events have another one. We are going to study them later in details. So the next thing we are going to talk about in this tutorial is the handle event function. Now we can assign not just a function but an object as an event handler using the add event listener. When an event occur, its handle event method is going to get called. So right in here, before we go on with the handle event, let me just show you the output to this as well. So let me just refresh this, click on this button, and you can see that it says click, that is the event dot type. Then add the object HTML input element, which is the event dot target. Then click OK, and it is going to give you the X coordinate that is 36 and the Y coordinate that is 18 in this case. So let's just get on to the object handler, that is the handle event. So in here, what we are going to do is that we are, instead of the input tag, we are going to have a button, the ID for which is going to be element, and this button is going to say click me. Now right inside here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have something like this, where we are going to have let object is going to equal to the handle event function that is going to receive an event. And inside that, what we are going to do is that we are going to get the type. So we will just copy this from here, and right here we are going to actually paste it. That is going to get us the event type at the event dot current target. Now what we are going to do after that is that right here we will just remove this from here, and in here we are going to have element dot, and we are going to have the add event listener. We are going to have the event as the click event, and we are going to call upon the object that is going to be the handler in this case. So as you can see that when the add event listener receive and the object as the handler, it is going to call upon the object dot handle event in case of an event. So if you run this code, refresh this, click on this, and you can see that it is going to give you the output as click at HTML button element. So in here, basically, since the handler is the object, so it is going to call upon object dot handle event and actually execute this code for you. Now we could also use objects of a custom class as well, where right here what you can do is that in here, in place of the object, what you can do is that you can have a custom class that is going to be, let's just say, named as menu. And in this class we are going to have our handle event that is going to receive this event, and inside that we are going to have a switch statement that is going to receive the input dot type, and it is going to check for the input dot type, and in the we are going to add the cases as event types, which can be either, let's just say, mouse down, and in the mouse down we are going to simply have that element dot inner html is going to equal to mouse button pressed. And what you can do is simply that you can just copy this case from here, and what you can do is that you can just go back here, paste this, but we have to actually move it back. So the next event can be, let's just say, the mouse up. So we will just remove this from here, move up, and right here we are also going to add the break statement, and in the mouse up we are going to just write in mouse button released. All right, so we can add a break statement here as well. And now right down here, what you can have is that you can actually create an instance of the menu using the new keyword and write in the name of the class here. That is going to be named as menu. And right after that, what you can do is that you can have element dot add event listener, and the listener which you are going to attach is going to be the mouse down on the menu object. Now as soon as it gets the object, so it is going to call upon object.handle event, which is going to be this function in that case, and it is going to enter the switch statement. So what we can do is that we can just copy this from here, and we can have the other event that is the mouse up event here as well. So let's just run this code and see what's the output here. So refresh this, click on it. You can see that it is going to say mouse button released. So let's just refresh it again, and I will just keep on clicking. You can see that it says mouse button pressed, and at this time I am actually holding the mouse button. So if I release it, you can see that now it is going to say mouse button released. So here the same object actually handle both events. Please note that we need to explicitly set up the events to listen using the add event listener. The menu object only gets the mouse down and mouse up here, not any other type of events. So now event handlers are clearly separated. That may be easier to support as well. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in this tutorial and the previous one. That was all the introduction to browser events. So that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about events. And in this tutorial, we are going to study a very important topic, that is bubbling and capturing. So let's just start with an example. So let's just see that inside here, you have actually a div element, and the div element on click is basically going to alert the handler. So what we are going to do is that inside this div, what I'm going to do is that I am going to have an em tag. Now inside that em tag, I'm going to write in if you click on, and after that I'm going to have the code tag, and inside the code tag I'm going to write in em. Then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write in the handler on, and I'm going to use the code tag again on the div runs. So then we are going to close that. So now if you refresh this, you're going to see that it says if you click on, you can see that you have got this em. You can see that when you click on it, it is going to run the handler for you, and after that it is also got this on div. Now isn't it a bit strange? Now why does the handler on the div run if the actual click was on the em? Now that's where the concept of bubbling comes up. Now the bubbling principle is simple. When an event happens on an element, it first run the handler on it, then on its parents, and then all the way up on other ancestors. So for example, if you have, let's just say, something like you have in here, you have three elements, and we will just see the hierarchy now. So let's just say that you have a form. We don't need any action on it, but what we need to do is that we need to have an on-click event on the form that is going to alert. It is going to simply alert form. Now inside the form, what we are going to do is that we are going to add a div. Now we are going to also have the on-click event here. So we will just copy this from here. We are going to paste it, and this time it is going to say div. And right inside the div, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a paragraph element. And the paragraph element also is going to have a on click, and this time it is going to call a p. So that is going to be it. Right here, we are going to just add the, so it is going to be form. Then this one is going to be div, and then this one finally is going to be p. So not here, but it is going to be inside this. So you can see that we have got a form. Inside that form, we have got a div, and then inside that div, we have actually got a p event. So we have got actually three nested elements where form is greater than div, which is greater than p, with a handler on each of them. So let me just run this and let's just see what happens. So if you refresh this, you can see that you are going to have a form, you are going to have a div, and you are going to have a p. Now a click on the inner paragraph first runs on the on click, then on that paragraph, then on the outer div, and then on the outer form, and so on upwards till the document object. So if you click on the paragraph, you can see that first it is going to run the child, then the parent of that is div, and then the uppermost parent, that is the form, and it is going to, so as you can see that the hierarchy goes from the child, that is the most deeply nested element, and then up to the top. So if you click on p, so you can see that it just displayed p, then div, then form. Now this process is called bubbling because events bubble from the inner element up through the parent like a bubble in the water. Now, all events actually bubble almost. Now, the key word in this phrase is almost. For instance, a focus event does not bubble. There are other examples too, we are going to see them, but still it is an exception rather than a rule. Most events do bubble. Then the second part of this tutorial is capturing. Now there is another phase of event processing that is known as capturing. It is rarely used in real code, but sometimes it can be useful. Now the standard DOM events describe three phases of event propagation. The first one is the capturing phase, the second one is the target phase, and the third one is the bubbling phase. Now in the capturing phase, the event goes down to the element. In the target phase, the event reached the target element, and in the bubbling phase, the event bubble up from the element. So, so here is the pictorial representation of that taken from the specification of the capturing one, target two, and bubbling three phrases for a click event on a TD inside a table. So as you can see here at the left side, we have the capturing where it moves from window towards the document. You can see the red line, then HTML, then body, then table, and then the T body. And after that, it moves to TR and then towards the target phase. That is actually the target. Now in the bubbling phase, you can see that it happens in the opposite way. It starts on down the river. It is going to move from TD to the TR, then towards the T body, then the table body, HTML document, and finally towards the window. Now that is for a click on TD, the event first goes through the ancestor chain down to the element that is known as the capturing phase. Then it reaches the target and triggers there, that is the target phase. And then it goes up, that is the bubbling phase, calling the handler on its way. So until now, we only talked about bubbling because the capturing phase is actually rarely used. In fact, the capturing phase was invisible for us because handler added using the onEvent property or using HTML attribute or using two arguments using the add event listener that were the event and handler don't know anything about capturing. They only run on the second and the third phase. Now to catch an event on the capturing phase, we need to set the handler capture option to true. Now there are two possible values of the capture option. If it is false, that is default, then the handler is set on the bubbling phase. And if it is true, then the handler is set on the capturing phase. Note that while formally there are three phases, the second phase, the target phase, is that the event reach the element is not handled separately. Handlers on both capturing and bubbling phase actually trigger at that phase. So I hope that you have understood this image and understood the difference between capturing and bubbling. So let's just see capturing and bubbling both in action. So you can see that you have got this ancestor chain where you have form as the parent, then you have div as its child, and then the div also has a child that is the most nested element, that is the paragraph in this case. So what we are going to do now is that inside the script tags, we are going to have for, and we are going to write in for let element of document dot query select all. What we are going to do is that we are going to specify static here, which means that it is going to select everything for us. And right inside that, we are going to have two event listeners. In the first event listener, that is going to be of the click event, we are going to assign an event. And using that event, we are going to alert that capturing is in effect, where we are going to write in capturing with a P after this A. So right here, we are going to write in dollar sign and we are going to write in the tags. And inside that, we are going to write an element dot, and we are going to write in the tag name. So we are going to make it true. And after that, what we are going to do is that right here, we are going to have element dot add event listener, and the event listener is again going to be click, and we are going to have an event that is going to alert, and right here we are going to write in bubbling colon, we are going to have our dollar sign, the tags here, and inside that we are going to write in element dot tag name. So that is going to be it. So just save this page and refresh your browser here. You can see that if you click anywhere, it is going to say first P, then you can see that it says capturing, where P is true, then bubbling P, then the div, then the capturing div true, then the bubbling div, then the form, then the capturing form true, and finally the bubbling form. So the code actually sets the click handler on every element in the document to see which ones are working. So if you click on P, you can see that for the capturing phase, that is the first layer's listener, the output looks something like HTML, then the body, then the form, then the div, and then the paragraph. And for the bubbling phase, that is the second listener, the output goes from paragraph to div, then to form, then to body, and then to HTML. Now, please note the P shows up twice because we have set two listeners, the capturing and the bubbling. The target triggers at the end of the first and at the beginning of the second phase. Now, there is a property that is known as the event.event phase that tells us the number of the phases on which the event was caught. But it is rarely used because we usually know it in the handler. Now to remove the handler, remove event listener needs the same phase. So if we have the add event listener, then we should mention the same phase in the remove event listener to correctly remove the handler. Now we have the event.stop propagation during the capturing that also prevents the bubbling. Now the event.stop propagation method and its sibling that is known as event.stop immediate propagation can also be called on the capturing phase. Then not only the further capturing is going to get stopped, but the bubbling as well is going to get stopped. In other words, normally the event goes first down, that is capturing, and then up, which is bubbling. But if event.stop propagation is called during the capturing phase, then the event is going to even traveling is going to stop and no bubbling will occur. So I hope that you have understood these two very important concepts that are bubbling and capturing. Bubbling is more important because capturing is something that is rarely used nowadays. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about event delegation. Now in the previous tutorial we talked about capturing and bubbling, and we know that it allows us to implement one of the most powerful event handling patterns that is known as event delegation. Now the idea is that we have a lot of element handled in a similar way, then instead of assigning a handler to each of them, that is, we put a single handler on their common ancestor. So in the handler we get event.target to see where the event actually happened and handle it. So you can see right here that we have this code where we have the Bagua diagram reflecting the ancient Chinese philosophy. Now the HTML is right in front of you. You can see that we have table that has actually 9 cells, but there could be 99 or there could be 9,999, doesn't matter. What our task here is to highlight a cell TD on click. Now instead of assign an on click handler to each TD, which can be many, we will set up the catch all handler on the table event. What it is going to do is that it will use the event.target to get the clicked element and highlight it. So if you see the code down here for that, you can see that you have let target equal to event dot target. That is where was the click. Then in here you are going to write in if target dot tag name is not equal to td, that is not on td, then we are not interested actually. And if it was, then we are going to simply highlight the target. Now inside the function highlight, what we are going to do is that if selected td, we are going to remove the existing highlight if any, and write down here selected td.classlist.add is going to highlight the new td. Now such a code does not care how many cells there are in the table. We can add or remove a td dynamically at any time, and the highlighting will actually still work. Still, there is a drawback. The click may occur not on the td but inside it. In our case, if we take a look at the html here, then we can see that we have nested tags inside td as well. Like you can see that this one we have inside the td, we have a nested tag that is known as strong northwest. Now naturally, if a click happens on that strong, then it becomes the value of event dot target, and it is going to move from event dot target, which is strong, towards the td, and then towards the tr, and then towards the table, like the capturing concept. Now in the handler, the table.onClick, we should take such event.target and find out whether the click was inside the TD or not. Now to do that, what we can do is that we can actually modify the table on the onClick code. which can be actually replaced by this code. So in here, you can see that you have the improved code where you have the event.target.closes is td, which is one change, and then we have this where we are going to have the return statement, then table.contains td return 3. So if you have an explanation here, then in here what's going on is that the method element.closes selector returns the nearest ancestor that matches the selector. In our case, we are going to look for td on the way up from the source element. Then in here we are actually going to have a return statement. So if event.target is not visible inside any td, then the call returns immediately as there is nothing to do. And then in here, what that is going to do is that in case of nested tables, event.target may be a td but lying outside of the current table. So we check if that is actually our table or not. And then finally, what we are going to do is that if it is so, then we are going to highlight it. As a result, we have a fast, efficient highlighting code that does not care about the total number of TD in the table. So that's what delegation, event delegation in JavaScript is. That is really cool. It's one of the most helpful patterns for a DOM event. It's often used to add the same handling for many similar events, but not only for that. The algorithm is to put a single handler on the container. In the handler, check the source element that is going to be event.target, and if the event happened inside an element that interests us, then we are going to handle the event. Now, there are some pros and cons to it as well. So, if you talk about the benefits of event delegation, then the first benefit is that it simplifies initializations and saves memory. No need to add many handlers. The second advantage is that it has less code. When adding or removing elements, there is no need to add or remove handlers. And finally, the third benefit is the DOM modifications. We can actually add or remove elements with inner HTML and the like. Now, the delegation has its limitations, of course. The first is that the event must be bubbling. Some events do not bubble. Also, low-level handlers should not use the event.stop propagation. Second limitation is that the delegation may add CPU load because the container level handler reacts on events in any place of the container, no matter whether they interest us or not. But usually the load is negligible, so we don't take that into account. So this is all we have to talk about event delegation in JavaScript and how it is actually related to what we have covered in the previous tutorials as well. So I hope that you have understood what event delegation is. So that's it. Thank you so much guys for watching and I will see you guys later.
Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to a new section here on this course, and in this section we are going to talk about UI events, where UI stands for the user interface events. So the first thing which we are going to talk about is the definition of what a JavaScript event is. Now basically an event is a change in the state of an object. Now in HTML there are various events which represents that some activity is basically performed either by the user or maybe it is performed by the browser. So when JavaScript code is attached with the HTML, then what JavaScript do is that it react over these events and it allows you with that execution. Now this process of reacting over the event is known as event handling. So JavaScript basically handles the HTML events using a event handler. So for example, a user clicks over the browser, so you have to add the JS code which is going to get executed whenever that specific click, or you can say whenever that specific event is being performed. Now there are basically four important type of HTML events in JavaScript. The first one are known as the mouse events, which we are going to cover in this tutorial. Then from the next tutorial and so on, we are going to talk about keyboard events, we are going to talk about form events, and we are also going to talk about the window or document events. So let's just first talk about mouse events in this tutorial. So right in front of you, you can see the mouse events you have. The first one is the click event. Now the event handler for that is known as the on click, and it is performed when the mouse clicks on a specific element. So the JavaScript code behind that is going to get executed whenever the on click event handler is performed. The next event is known as the mouse over event. Now the event handler for that is known as the on mouse over, and it is when the cursor of the mouse comes over the element. Then we have the mouse out event, which for which we have got the on mouse event handler, and it is when the cursor of the mouse leaves an element. The next one is the mouse down event. For that, we have got the on mouse down event handler, and it is when the mouse button is pressed over the element. And then we have got the mouse up as well. For that, we have got the on mouse up event handler, and it is when the mouse button is released over the element. And finally, we have got the mouse move, for which we have got the on mouse move event handler, and it is when the mouse movement takes place. So let's just see some example of these events which we have discussed. So let's just first talk about the click event. Now in the click event, what we are going to do in the index.html is that in here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have a form. Now inside this form, what we are going to do is that we are going to have an input of type button, and the button is the type of is going to be button, whereas we are going to have here on click, which is actually the event handler for the click event. So what we want to do on click is that we want to call upon a function that is known as, let's just say, click event. So this is going to be the function that is going to get executed, and in this function we are going to have that JavaScript code which we want to get executed whenever this button is clicked. So we are going to have a value for this button as well. Let's just say we just want to have ABC as the value for this input type field. So for now, we don't need any actions for this form. So we will just remove this, save this file, and we will move towards the script.js, where we are going to have our function that is known as the click event. And inside this function, we are going to simply have document dot write, and we are going to just say the click event has been executed. All right, very simple enough. You can see here that the type of this button, the type of this input field is button. On click, it is going to call upon a function, which is a event handler for handling the click event, that is the on click. So on click, it is going to call upon a function click event. So it is going to look for that function inside the JavaScript code, which is right over here, and it is going to execute whatever lines of JavaScript you have inside here. So let's just save this, and let's just go back here and refresh this. And you can see that you have got this button that says ABC. So when you click on this button, you can see that it says that the click event has been executed. So that's how you can execute the mouse events in JavaScript. Let's just discuss one more, and let's just say that I want to have the mouse over event. So for that, I'm going to just move inside here, and right here in place of this on click, or let's just not do it for the input field this time. Let's just remove this from here. And let's just say that I have got a paragraph. And for this paragraph, what I want to do is that I want to perform the on mouse over event. So for the on mouse over event, what I want to do is that I want to call upon this function which we have got right here, that is the click event, or for now we will just name it as mouse over event. So this is going to be the function that is going to get called whenever the mouse on mouse over is performed upon this paragraph. And right here we are just going to just write and keep the cursor over me. So let's just save this and just move towards the script.js. And in the script.js, we are going to change this name, which is going to be mouse over event. And right here, we are going to just write in the event has been executed. Simple enough. So let's just save this, refresh this. You can see that you have got the paragraph that says move the mouse over me, and as soon as I move the mouse over that, you can see that it says that the event has been executed. So that's how basically a click event, or you can say the mouse over event work. You can have any event here you want. You can just remove this from here, You can see that you have got on mouse down, on mouse enter, on mouse leave, on mouse move, out, over, up, on mouse wheel. You can see that you have got all these functions. You can just use them. It depends upon your requirement, that which event you want to get executed and which code you want to get executed. So I hope that you have understood the mouse events. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about more kind of UI events. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about user interface events in JavaScript. Now, in the previous tutorial, we talked about what is an event in JavaScript, and we also talked about the first kind of events that we have in JavaScript that are known as the mouse events. Now, in this tutorial, we are going to talk about two kinds of more user interface events. The first one, which we are going to talk about, is known as the keyboard events. And then after that, we are also going to talk about form events. So let's just first let me give you a brief description of these two, and then we are going to move towards the examples part. So the first one we have on your screen is the keyboard events. Now for the keyboard events, we have got three events. We have got the key down, we have got the key up, and we have got the on key press. And for the events, we have got the on key down. Sorry, the event handlers, we have got the on key down. For the key down event, we have got the on key up event handler for the key up event, and we have got the on key press event handler for the on key press event. Now, the thing here is that if you talk about the description of these three events, then all these three are going to get executed when the user press and then release a key. So you can say that the purpose of all these three events is the very same. The only difference here is that, for example, you are using the on key up event. Let's just say that I'm using this event, and let's just say that I have got a button. So when I click on the button and I have not yet just released the key up event is going to get performed, because key the key down event in that case is going to get performed because I have pressed the key but I've not yet released the key. So the on key down is going to get executed in that case. Whereas if you talk about the key up, it is going to get executed when I click on a keyboard key, and then after that I also release that key. So it is going to get executed in that case. Whereas the on key press is something that is very similar to the key up. It is going to get executed when you press, and then after that you also release that key. The only difference for the key down is that it is going to get executed as soon as I click the key. Even though if I have not released the key down event is going to get executed. But you can say that you have to actually let the key go at some instance. So that's why you can say that all of these three keyboard events have the same purpose. You can get all of these three executed by pressing and releasing the key. So we are going to get to the example of that very soon, but first let me just discuss the form events as well. So in the form events we have got four events. The first one is the focus event, for which we have got the on focus event handler, and it is when the user actually focuses on an element. Or you can say that when you move your mouse over a specific element, then the focus is automatically going to get transferred to that specific element, and the focus event is going to get executed using the on focus event handler. After that, we have got the submit event, for which we have got the on submit event handler, and it is when the user actually submits a form by clicking on a button. After that, we have got the blur event, for which we have got the on blur event handler, and it is when the focus is away from a form element. And finally, we have got the change event, for which we have got the on change event handler, and it is when the user modifies or change the value of a form element. So let's just get to the example part, and let's just first talk about the keyboard events here. So we will just move to the index.html, and inside here what we are going to first do is that we are going to get our script connection back. We will just remove this from here, and right here what we are going to do is that we are going to have an input, and the type for that is going to be text, and we are going to have an ID for that, that is, let's just say, going to be input number one. And we are going to have our event handler that is going to be on key down. You can see that you have got these three here, the on key down, on key press, and on key up. We are going to use the first one that is known as the on key down. And for that, we are going to have a function get executed that is going to be known as key down event. So this is the function that is simply going to get called whenever this function is actually called upon. So we will just close this over here, and that is going to be it with the index part. After that, we will just move to the JS part here. We will just scroll down a bit. And right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to have our very function that is known as the key down event. And inside this function, what we are going to do is that we are going to have document dot get element by id, and we are going to get our input number 1 here. And after that, we are going to simply just write in alert, and we are going to have a key was pressed. Simple enough. Let's just add a semicolon here. Here, save this page, and let's just go back, refresh this. And as soon as I click over here, you can see that now I can write whatever I want to write here. And let's just say I want to just write in A. And as soon as I clicked A, you can see that the mouse down event has been executed and it says a key was pressed. And as you can see over here, it has got no text up till now because the event got executed as soon as I just clicked on the key, not just yet released it. I have released it, but the event got executed as soon as I just pressed on the key. When I click on OK, you can see that after that, the text is going to pop up. Now let's just say that I want to write in K. So I have not yet released the key, but you can see that the event has been executed and it says that the key was pressed. And now I have just released the key. And now if I click on OK, you can see that it is going to press, it is going to just display this K right over here. So I hope that you have understood the on key down event. Let me just show you this with a bit of difference. And let's just say I want to have this for on key up. So it is going to be key up event now. Just save this page and just write in key up event. Save this page, refresh this, and now when I click on a key, you can see that it is going to keep typing A's for me. And as soon as I release the key, you can see that the event is going to get executed and it is going to say that the key was pressed. So I hope that you have understood the difference between the on key down and the on key up event. The on key down is going to get executed as soon as I click on a key, not yet just released it, but just clicked on it. The event is going to get executed, but the on key up is going to get executed when I click on the key and also release it. So let's just talk about the last one here, that was the on key press. So right here we are going to just write in press, save this page, refresh this, and the on press as I told you is the very same as the on key up event, sorry, the on key down event. And as soon as I click on anything, it is going to say the key was pressed. Click OK, and after that it is going to display the text. So that was all about the keyboard events. So I was hoping to discuss also the form events in this tutorial, but I think the tutorial is going to go way too far. So we will just stick with the keyboard events up till now, and in the next tutorial we are going to talk about the form events. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about user interface events in JavaScript. Now in the previous tutorials, we have already talked about mouse events and we have talked about keyboard events as well. We also talked about the basic introduction to what form events are, and we also talked about the events and the event handlers we have available for the form events. So we are not going to waste any time on that, and we are going to directly move towards an example where we are going to first talk about the focus event, for which we have got the on focus event handler. So what we are going to do is that in the index.html, we are going to have a simple input field. The type for that is going to be text. We are going to have an ID for that. That is going to be, let's just say, input number 1. and we are going to call upon the on focus event. And for the on focus event, we are going to have the on focus event handler, and we are going to call upon a function that is going to be named as focus event. So this is going to be the event that is going to get executed when the on focus is basically going to be performed. So we will just close this here, save this page, and move towards the script part. Now in the script part, we are going to have the function that is known as the focus event. Now inside this function, what we are going to do is that we are going to change, let's just say that I want to change the background. So we are going to just write in document dot get, not animations, but element by ID. And what I want to get is the input one dot style dot background. And I want to change the background to a color, let's just say aqua. So just save this page and refresh your browser, and you can see that you've got this text. And as soon as I focus over here, you can see that the background for the text field has been changed to aqua. If you refresh this, and again, you can see that as soon as I move my focus over here, you can see that the color for the background is basically changed. So that's how you can actually execute form events as well. Now you might be thinking that we are talking about form events here, and we have used a simple input field over here in the index.html. So you can simply enclose that in form tags, and you may use it for anything which you are typing at that instance. So whatever you are focusing at, and let's just say typing in it, for example, let's just say that I have one more input field. The type for that is text. The ID for that is input number 2. And I also want to have the on focus event for that. And we are going to call upon the very same focus event function for that. So let's just save this page and refresh this. So you can see that now I've got two. When I click on this one, you can see that you have got the focus here. When I clicked on this one as well, I guess, yes, we have to actually change the ID as well. So we will just save this, sorry, copy this, and we are going to paste it over here again. And this time we are going to do it for the input number 2. So now just save this and refresh this. You can see that when I click on this, both of these are going to get executed because we have got the focus event executed for both of these. What you can do here is that you can just remove this one from here. And what you can do is that you can just go down here and create a focus event function here, paste it over here, but we are going to change this one to focus event number 1. So just change it over here as well, focus event number 1, save this page, and now refresh this. Now you can see when I click on this, the focus is here. When I click on this, the focus is going to get transferred over here. So that's how actually you can have the focus event. Let's just talk about the submit event as well. That is the second one over here that has the event handler of on submit. So let's just move to index.html, and let's just say this time we are creating a form. So we don't want any actions on this form for now. What we are going to do is that we are going to create a simple input field. The type is going to be a text, and we are going to specify an ID to this as well. So let's just say that I want to specify the ID to be value number 1. After that, we are going to write here, have a label. Label for is going to be for the username, and right here we are going to write in username. And right here we are going to add a break line statement. After that, we are going to create one more label. This one is going to be for the pass. So right here, we are going to write in password. And after that, we are going to create an input field for that. Now the type this time is going to be password, and we are going to specify value number 2 as an ID for this. And finally, we are going to create an input type of button. The value for that is going to be submit, and the ID is, let's just say, going to be value. And right here, we are going to call upon our event here. So we are going to write in on submit. We are going to call upon a function that is going to be known as submitted. All right, so this is going to be the function which we are going to have. So we will just copy this from here. And right here, we are going to just remove this. We are going to have the submitted function. And right here, we are going to simply alert the form has been submitted. So whenever you submit this form over here, this code over here that says the form has been submitted is going to get simply executed. And my bad, I've made a very big mistake over here as well. This should be not here because we are actually not submitting this, but we are actually submitting the form. So we will just remove this from here and we are going to have it over here because we are actually submitting the form here. So we are going to have this function called upon here that is going to be the on submit here, but it is going to be executed right here from the form tags. And the type here is not going to be button, but the type here is going to be submit. And now just save this page, and I hope that you have understood the mistake which I just made. The submit event handler should be called right inside here inside the form tags. So now let's just refresh this page. You can see that you've got your user field tag, you've got your password tag. Just click on the submit button, and as soon as I click on it, you can see that the alert has been popped up that says that the form has been submitted successfully. So that's how the onSubmit event handler is used for the submit event. I hope that you have understood the two form events which we covered in this tutorial. So for this tutorial, I guess that is it. In the next tutorial, we are going to cover the last type of user interface events we have in that are known as the window or document events. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this section where we are talking about user interface events in JavaScript. Now in the previous tutorial, we have covered the three important types of user interface event we have in JavaScript. We talked about the mouse event, we talked about the keyboard events, and we also talked about the form events. In this tutorial, we are going to cover the last type that are known as the window or the document events. Now in that, the first one which we have got in front of you is the load event, for which we have got the onLoad event handler, and it is basically executed when the browser finishes the loading of a certain page. Then we have got the unload, for which we have got the onUnload event handler. That is when the visitor leaves the current web page, the browser actually unloads it and the event gets executed. After that, we have got the resize event, for which we have got the onResize event handler that is executed when the visitor resizes the window of the browser. Then we have got the abort event, for which we have got the onAbort event handler, and it is executed when the loading of media is aborted. After that, we have got the error event, for which we have got the onError event handler, which is executed when an error occurs during the loading of a media file. Then we have got the scroll event, for which we have got the onScroll event handler, and it is executed when an element scroll bar is scrolled. And last but not the least, we have got the select event, for which we have got the onSelect event handler, and it is executed when a user select certain text. So these are the window or document events which we have in JavaScript. So let's just see some of these with the help of an example. And let's just say that we want to execute an example for the load one. So right here, we will just remove, not this because this is the script tab. We are going to move right over here. And inside the body tag, what we are going to do is that we are going to write an on load. What I want you to do is that I want to just write in window dot alert. And as I told you that these are actually the window or the document events, so that's why they are mostly inside the body tags. So you have to just write in window dot alert, and you're going to just write in that the page successfully loaded. So it is going to simply have this inside the tags here. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to just move these in single tags because it is creating an issue with the double tags. So right here, we are going to use the single tags and we will just remove these double tags from here. And yes, that solves our problem. So this is something that is going to get executed. So let's just save this page and refresh and see what happens. You can see that as soon as I refreshed my browser here, you can see that it says that the page has been loaded successfully. So that's how basically you can use the window or document events. You can use these as well over here, which we have. You can use the unload, you can use the resize. Now you remember the HTML part where we actually talked about resizing or using, let's just talk about the scroll bar. So we created a text field where we have got scroll bars either at the right or at the bottom. So you can attach the on scroll events in that cases. So you can use any of these you want. All of these are going to work just fine. It all depends upon your use, that which event you want to use, what is your requirement for using an event, and you can use the event which you want to use, either that be a mouse event, a keyboard event, a form event, or a window event. So I hope that you have understood all about events in this section. That is it with this section. Thank you so much, guys, for watching.
Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and from this tutorials we are going to be talking about forms and controls. So in this tutorial we are going to talk about form properties and methods. Now form and control elements such as the input tag have a lot of special properties and events. Working with forms will be much more convenient when we learn them. So the first thing which we are going to see here is the navigation between form and elements. Now document form are members of the special collection that is known as document.forms. That is a so-called named collection. It's both named and it's ordered. We can use both the name or the number in the document to get the form. So when we have a form, then any element is available in the named collection using the form dot elements. So for instance, let's just say that right inside in the body here, let's just say that you have a form. So the closing tags for the form, and inside this form, what you're going to do is that you are going to have two input elements. So the type, we don't need the type for now. What we have to do is that we have to specify the name as 1 and we are going to specify the value as 1. So just copy this and let's just add one more value here, and it is going to be 2, and this is going to be named as 2 here. So now we are going to actually name our form. So let's just say that the name of my form is my. So as you can clearly see that we have created a very simple form here with the name my, which has two input fields, the one with name 1 and then one with name 2. So now inside the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to access our form. Now to get the form, what you have to do is that you have to write in document.forms.my. So we will create a variable named as form, and inside that we are going to write in document.forms.my. So when you write it, you have actually accessed your form element. So if you just write an alert and you write in form here, and refresh your browser here, you can see that you have got the two elements here. So if you refresh, you can see that you have actually a HTML form element. Now, when you have got actually the form, then what you can do is that now any element that is inside that form is actually available to you using this form object here, and you can access it using the form dot value. So we will just remove it from here, and we are going to create a variable element, and we are going to use that object form dot elements dot 1. So let's just say that I want to access the first element, that is 1. So to get the value of that, what you can simply now do is that you can use the element object and just write in value. So as you can clearly see that form.elements.1 actually has a value that is 1 here. So if you refresh this page to check what is the output, you can see that you have got this one, which is actually the value inside that. So if you just change this to 2 and now refresh your browser, you can see that now you are accessing the element with the name 2. Now there may be multiple elements with the same name as well. This is typical with radio buttons and checkboxes. So let's just say that inside this form, we will just remove the name here. And inside this form, what we are going to do is that we are going to create an input field. The type is going to be a radio button. The name is going to be the age, and we are going to specify the value as 10. So we will create one more input field, the type of which is again going to be radio. The name is again going to be age, and the value here this time is going to be 20. So we will just remove these elements from here. So now you can clearly see that what we have here is that we have multiple elements which have the same name, that is age right over here. So as I told you that this kind of scenarios most oftenly happen with radio buttons and checkboxes. Now in this case, we are going to have the form.elements name in the collection. So what I'm saying is that we will just save this index.html here, and we will go to the script.js, and this time we are actually going to access our form using a different format, and this time we are going to write in this the square brackets right in 0 here, which means that we want to access form number 0. So since here you can see that this is the first form, so that's why it is going to be the form number 0. So this form object now has access to that form which we have created. We don't need to access it by name, and as you can see here as well that we have not specified the name for this form as well. We are accessing it like it is a part of an array, and we are accessing the 0th element of that array. So now what you have to do is that to get the age elements, what you have to do is that you have to write in form.elements.age. But now the problem here is that this age over here is with two radio buttons. The first one is having the value 10 and the second one is having the value 20. So how basically you are going to access them? Now you are going to access them using the very same square brackets for which you have accessed the form, and when you write in 0 it is going to get you 10, and when you write in 1 it is going to get you 20. So let's just refresh this page, and I guess we have to write in dot value here because we actually want to get the value at element number 0th location. So now let's just refresh our page, and you can see that you have got 10, which is exactly what we want. So if you write in here 1, which means that now you are talking about element number 1, and now refresh, you can see that you have got this 20. So these navigation properties do not depend on the tag structure. All control and elements, no matter how deep they are in the form, are actually going to be available to you using the form.elements. Now we have field sets as subforms in certain cases as well. Now a form may have one or more field set elements inside it. They also have elements property that list form control inside them. So for instance, let's just say that we have a form right here, and let's just say that we assign an ID to this form, which is going to be form. Now, inside this form, we are going to have certain subforms, or you can call them field set. So right inside here, what we are going to do is that we are going to create a field set. Now, inside this field set, we are going to have a legend. And inside that legend, we are simply going to write an info. And after that, we are going to have an input field as well. So the input type is going to be text and name is going to be login. We will just remove the ID for now. We don't need that. So this is going to be it. We will just remove these from here. We don't need them. So basically you can see that inside the form you have a kind of a subform, which is the field set. Inside that we have got two elements, the legend, and we have got an input field with the name login. So now how you are going to access them, let's just save this and go to the script.js. So what you are going to do is that let's just say that you write in here alert, and you just write in form.elements dot login. So if you save this page and refresh your browser, you can see that you have actually got an HTML input element. So what you are going to do is that right here you are going to write in let the field set is going to equal to form dot elements dot user fields. So the question is that what is this user fields here? Now this is the name which we are going to specify here. We are going to make this equal to user fields. Save this now and go back here. So we are accessing form.elements.user fields. So if you now alert this field set, it is actually going to give you the output as HTML field set element. So if you want to now see that we can actually get the input by name both from the form and from the field set as well. So if you alert here that whether the field set dot elements dot login is basically equal to the form dot elements dot login. So as you can see that we are actually accessing the login directly, as well as we are accessing it using the field set elements dot login. Now as you can see that this field set over here is not here but in this index.html, you can see that this user fields set actually contain this input tag, whereas this form directly also contain this input tag. So you can see that right here we are accessing it directly using the form, and right here we are accessing it using the subform, or you can say that the field set. So if you refresh this page here, you can see that it is going to say true, which means in both cases the output is going to be the same, which means that, as I told you, that form may have subforms inside it, but you can always access the form inside a form element directly. Now, I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about this. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about from properties and methods. Now, in the previous tutorials, you actually access a form using the form.elements and dot after that you have to specify the property. Now, there is a shorter notation for that as well, that is form dot and directly the name. In other words, instead of writing form.elements.login, we can simply write form.login. Now that is going to work, but there is a small kind of issue with that. That is, if we access an element and then change its name, then it is going to be still under the old name as well as under the new one. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So let's just say that inside this form with the ID form, we have a input field. Now inside this input field, we are going to only need the name. So we are going to specify the name as login and save this and move towards the script file. Now inside the script file, if you write in alert and want to check if the form.elements dot login is equal to form.login, which I have told you is the shorter form that you have to just write in form dot and write in the name of the property. Now, if you run this code, it is actually going to return true. But as I told you, the minor issue with that is if you access an element and later change the name, then it is going to be available under the new name as well as the old one. So let's just say that now you write in form dot login and you want to change the name, let's just say to username. So now we have actually changed the form.login.name to username. So as I told you that it is going to be available under the old name as well as the new name. So if you have form.element, that has actually going to update the name. So if you want to alert and write in form.elements dot login, then this is going to actually give you an undefined value. Whereas if you write in alert form dot elements dot username, then it is actually going to give you the input field. Now, as I told you that form allows both names, the new one and the old one. So if you write in here want to have alert form dot username and you want to make it equal to form dot login, which is actually the old name, then this statement over here is going to give you true. Now, this statement over here is going to give you the input tag field, and this statement over here is going to give you undefined. Now, that is usually not a problem. However, because we rarely change name of form elements, so that's why you can actually access the form elements using the shorter notation. So in the second part of this tutorial, we are going to talk about back reference. Now, up till now, you have been studying form.name. So now what you are going to study is actually the name dot form. So for any element, the form is available as element dot form. So a form references all elements and the elements actually references back the form. So you can call it a back reference in JavaScript. For instance, right here, if you let's just say that write in alert and write in login dot form, then it is actually going to return the HTML form element. So we will, I guess, just remove these from here. And what we are going to do is that before we do that, we are going to create a login that is going to equal to form dot login. So save this and as you can see that this is actually the reference from form.login and this is the back reference that is the login.form. So if you run it, it is going to actually return the HTML form element. So this is actually called back referencing in JavaScript. So let's just see the output here, refresh this, and as you can see, true. And after that, you have got the HTML form element. So the true was basically for this alert statement, and for this alert statement, you have got the object HTML form element. So I hope that you have understood what back referencing is and also how to use the shorter notation to access form elements. So for this tutorial, that is it. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about the form properties and methods. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with form properties and methods. So in this tutorial we are going to talk about three kinds of form elements. The first one is right in front of you, that is input and text area. The second one is the select and option, and the third one which we are going to talk about is the new option. So this tutorial is going to be split in three parts. So right here, we are going to actually code our first part. So in the input and text area, we can actually access their value as input dot value for strings or input dot check for booleans for checkboxes and radio buttons. So what we can have is that we can have something like input dot value, not input device, but we can have input dot, and you can have value as, let's just say, new value, which means that you can actually change that value. And for the text, you can also have the text area dot value, and you can have the value as new text. Now for boolean, as I told you, that you can have the input dot checked, which is basically for checkboxes and radio buttons. So for that you can have input dot checked, and you can make it actually equal to true for a checkbox or radio button. So basically use the text area dot value, not the text area dot inner HTML. So please note that even though the text area the text area HTML text holds its value as nested HTML, we should never use text area dot inner HTML to access it, because it store only the HTML that was initially on the page, not the current value. So this is how basically you can have input and text area modified. So this is actually the talk about form control, where we are talking about HTML elements. So the second element which we are going to talk about is the select and option. Now, the select element basically has three important properties. The first one is the select dot options, that is the collection of the option tag subelements. The second one is the select dot value, that is the value of the currently selected option. And finally, we have select dot selected index, that is the number of the currently selected options. Now, they provide three different ways of setting a value for a select tag. The first one is that how to find the corresponding option tag element among the select dot option and set its option dot selected to true. The second one is that if we know a new value, then we can set the select dot value to the new value. And in the third one, if we know the new option number, then we can set the select dot selected index to that number. So let's just see these three with the help of an example. So right here, instead of this form, we will just remove this. And what we need here is a select tag. So we are going to assign this with an ID. We don't need the name. So we will just remove this from here. And inside the ID, I'm going to write in select. Now inside these tags, we are going to have three options. So we are going to have option, the value is going to be apple for the first one. And inside that, we are going to have apple. In the second option tag, the value is going to be pear. And inside that, we are also going to have pear. And in the third option tag, the value is going to be banana. And inside that, we are also going to have banana as the text. So you can see that we have actually have a select, ID is select, and we have got three options inside that. So now what we will do is that we will check these options and select with the help of all the three methods which we have studied. That is the select dot option, select dot selected index, and select dot selected value. So right inside the select an option field here in the working area, we are going to do the JavaScript code, where we are going to write in select dot options. And let's just say that I'm talking about option number 2 here. And I'm going to write in dot select it. I want to make it equal to true. Now for the second one, we can have select dot selected index, and we are going to make this equal to, let's just say 2, and we are going to have select dot value, and we are going to make it equal to banana. So please note that option starts from 0, so index 2 means that we are talking about the third option. So this is how the three methods which I have talked about with select and options can be used. Now, unlike most other controls, the select tag actually allows to select multiple option at once if it has multiples attribute. Now, this attribute is very rarely used though. For multiple selected value, you have to use the very first way of selecting values, add or remove the selected property from the option tag subelement. So let's just see this how to get selected values from a multi-select. So in here, what you are going to do is that, let's just say for the value equal to apple, what you are going to do is that you are going to make this equal to selected, and for the value peer, you're also going to make it equal to selected. So now you have two multiple value selections. So now in the script here, what you have to do is that you have to have selected, and you are going to make it equal to an array dot from, and you have to write in select dot options, and you have to write in dot filter. Just move it to a new line. So we are going to have dot filter, and inside that we are going to write in option and make it equal to option dot selected. So after that, finally, we are going to call in the map function on this. And inside the map function, we are going to make option equal to option dot value. So what that is going to do is that for every option that it filter out as selected, it is going to actually map its value to that current option. So if you now write in here alert and you want to check for the selected options, then actually the selected ones are the first two one that says apple and the pear. At this time, if you run your code, it is only going to give you the last selected value. And let me just show you first the output, and then I'm going to tell you the reason. So as you can see that you have got only pear, but the output which you were expecting was apple and pear, because you have actually kind of got an array which you want to actually print out here in this selected when you alert selected. Now, the reason is that right inside here where you have the select tag, what you have to do is that you have to actually write in multiple here, which means that from this select tag, you actually want to have multiple selections if there are multiple available. So if you now save both of these pages and refresh your browser here, you can see that you have got both the selection, that is apple and pear. And if you have a look here, in the left corner of the browser, you can see that you have got apple and pear both selected. So I hope that you have understood how this works. So let's go to the last part of the tutorial where we are going to talk about this new option. So we will just remove this from here. Now, if you go and look at the specification, then there is a nice short syntax to create an option element, which looks something like this. It has let option, and you have to make it equal to new option, that is using the new keyword. So it has certain parameters as well. The first one is the text, the second one is the value, the third one is the default selected value, and the final parameter is the selected. So as you can see here that it has got four parameters. Now this syntax is actually optional. We can use the document.create element with option in its parameter and set the attributes manually, but still it may be shorter. So let's just talk about the parameters. The first one is text, that is text inside the option. The second one is the option value. The third one is, it's not value dot, but it's value comma. That is the third parameter, that is the default selected, which is true. Is it is going to be true, then if true, then selected HTML attribute is going to get created. And finally, for the fourth parameter, if that is true, then the option is going to get selected. Now, the difference between the default selected and selected is that the default selected actually sets the HTML attribute, while the selected sets whether the option is selected or not. In practice, one should usually use both values to true or false, or you can simply omit them both default to false. So for instance, if we have a new unselected option, for example, if we have nothing here and we only have text and we have comma value, and we have to actually enclose them inside parentheses, and this one as well, that is going to be the value. So this is basically the text and this is the value. So now the selected and the default selected are going to have the default values as false. Now the same option is going to act on if you have true and true over here, which means that both are now going to be true. Now the option elements have certain properties as well. The first one is option dot selected, that is the option selected. Option dot index, that is the number of the option among the others in its select tag. And finally the option dot text, that is the text content of the option seen by the visitor. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in the form properties and methods. We have talked about the form navigation, where we talked about document.forms. That is a form available as document.forms. And you can specify in the brackets where you can have form number 0 or form number 1. Then we talked about form.elements. We talked about the back referencing for how you can use element.form. And we talked about the three methods which we have here: the input and text area, the select and option, and finally the new options. So that was all we have covered about form properties and methods. That is it. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to discuss forms and controls, and we are going to talk about focusing, where we are going to talk about focus and blur. Now, an element receives the focus when the user either clicks on it or uses the tab key on the keyboard. Now, there is also an autofocus HTML element that puts the focus onto an element by default when a page loads, and other means of getting the focus. Now, focusing on an element generally means to prepare to accept the data here. So that's the moment when we run the code to initialize the required functionality. Now, the moment of losing the focus can be even more important. That's when a user clicks somewhere else or presses the tab to go to the next form field, and there are other means as well. Now, losing the focus generally means that the data has been entered, so we can run the code to check it or even to save it to the server and so on. Now, there are important peculiarities when working with focus event, so we will do the best to cover them in this tutorial. So the first thing we are going to talk about is the focus or blur as events. Now the focus event is called on focusing, and blur is called when the event loses the focus. So let's use them for validation of an input field. So what we are going to do is that we are going to right here create a tile area where we are going to have an email checked up. So basically, in the example we are going to cover now, what we are going to do is that we are going to use the blur handler, which is going to check if the field has an email entered, and if not, it is going to show an error. And the focus handler is going to hide the error message. On blur, it will be checked again. So the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to create an invalid here. Now, the reason for creating this invalid is to check for invalid emails. So we are going to specify the border color as red if an invalid email has been entered. So just a colon here, and that is going to be it. And after that, we are going to have an error as well. Now, inside the error, what we are going to do is that we are going to only specify the color as red. So it is going to be border dash color, not equal to, and that is going to be it. So we have a red color to be appeared on invalid email as well as on an error. So right inside the body here, the first thing which we are going to do is that we are going to write in your email, please. And after that, we are going to actually create an input field, the type for which is going to be email, and the ID is going to equal to input. So after that, we are going to create a div. Now inside the div, we are going to have an ID that is going to equal to error, and that is going to be it for the HTML and CSS part. So let's just move to the script.js. So right here, we are going to have two events. The first one is going to be on blur and the second one is going to be on focus. So we are going to have input dot, and we are going to call in the first one that is going to be named as on blur. We are going to call a function. And inside that function, what we are going to do is that we are going to check for for an error. Now the error is actually going to be popped up if user enter an incorrect email. So we are going to check if input dot value dot includes at the rate. So if it includes this at the rate, which means that it is a correct email, but if you add a negation here, which means that if it do not include the at the rate sign, which means that it is not an email actually. So what I want you to do is that I want you to have input dot class list dot at invalid, which means that an invalid email has been entered. And after that, I want to have error dot the inner HTML, and that is going to equal to please enter a correct email. So it is going to ask you to enter a correct email, and after that we are going to specify the second event, that is input dot on focus. So on focus is again going to call a function that is going to be if this dot class list dot contains, if it has an invalid email, which means that right here we have actually specified the input dot class event as invalid if the email entered here, which was checked here, is not an invalid email. So now this class list contains invalid. So if this is true, then what I want you to do is that I want you to go inside this if condition and I want you to remove the error indication because the user wants to re-enter something. So we are going to have this dot class list dot remove, and it is going to actually remove the invalid message, and the error dot inner HTML is going to be equal to an empty string, which means that it is going to allow the user to enter again. So let's just run this code and see the output here. You can see that it is now asking you for your email. So let's just say that I write in ABC123 and at the rate of gmail.com. So it is actually a valid email here. But if you just ignore this, so you can see clearly that you have got a message that says, please enter a correct email. So now if you click on it, you can see that as soon as you click on it, the error message down here actually disappeared because in the on focus function here, you have actually made inner HTML equal to an empty, whereas in case of the invalid email, which means that on blur, that whenever you actually have removed, you can see that if I click outside, which means that if the focus moves outside this field here where we are entering the email, it is going to pop up this message. And as soon as you click inside this, you can see that the message disappears. So appear, disappear, appear, disappear. So that's how the on focus and on blur works. Now, modern HTML allow us to do many validation using input attributes, the required and pattern and so on. And sometimes they are just what we need. JavaScript can be used when we want more flexibility. Also, we could automatically send the change value to the server if it is correct. So I hope that you have understood about the focus or blur events. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about the focus or blur methods. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the focus or blur methods. So we have two methods for that. We have the element.focus for focusing and element.blur for blurring. So we can set or unset the focus of an element using these two functions. For instance, let's just say that we move back to the index.html, and what we do now is that we don't need this error over here, sorry, the background, and we are only going to have, we don't want you to be here, and we will just replace it with dot error, and I want it to be something like background as red. That's it. And now we are actually going to ask for an input here. We are going to have, after this, we don't want this div anymore, but inside here we want to have an input field. The type is going to be text. The We are going to specify here the style that is going to equal to width as 220 pixels. We are going to specify the placeholder, which is going to be make email invalid, and try to focus here. So this is what we are going to do inside the input field. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to move towards our script. So we will just save this, and we have the on blur function, as you can see right in front of you. Now right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to write in, instead of if, we are going to write in this. So if this dot value dot includes at the rate and negation of it, which means that if it is not an email, then what we want to do is that we want to change this input to this, and we want to have this dot class list dot add, not error, but we want to, not invalid, but we want to have error here. And that, what that is going to do is that it is going to show the error. Now to put the focus back, what you are going to do is that right here you are going to write an input dot focus, and that is actually going to put the focus back. So we will just remove this from here, And right here, we are going to specify an else condition. And in the else condition, we are going to write in this dot classless dot remove, and that is going to remove the error. So let's just see how it works. Refresh this. You can see that you have make email invalid and try to focus here. So let's just say that we have abc123 gmail.com, and let's just click this, and you can see that since my email is invalid, you can see that the complete background has turned red. So if you click here and may try to make this an a valid email and now click this, you can see that now it is kind of an input field, but you can see that the color has not changed to red because we have got this at the rate inside here. So this is how the methods focus or blur works in JavaScript. Now it is going to work in all browser except the Firefox browser because that is going to generate a bug for you. Now, if we enter something into the input and then try to use the tab or click away from the input tag, then the on blur actually returns the focus back. Please note that we cannot prevent losing focus by calling the event.prevent default in the on blur because on blur works after the element has lost the focus. In practice, though, one should think well before implementing something like this because we generally should show errors to the user but should not prevent their progress in filling our form. They may want to fill other fields first. Now, JavaScript initiated focus loss is something you need to know about. Focus loss can occur for many reasons. One of them is when the visitor clicks somewhere else, but also JavaScript itself may cause it. For instance, an alert moves focus to itself, so it causes the focus loss at the element that is the blur event, and when the alert is dismissed, the focus comes back to the focus event. Secondly, if an element is removed from the DOM, then it also causes the focus loss. If it is reinserted later, then the focus does not return. Now, these features sometimes cause the focus or blur handlers to misbehave or to trigger when they are not needed. Now, the best recipe is to be very careful when using these kind of events. If you want to track the user initiated focus loss, then we should actually avoid causing it ourselves. So that is it. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk how to allow focusing on any element. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about focusing on forms. So in this tutorial, we are going to see how to allow focusing on any element. Let's just say a tab index. Now by default, many elements do not support focusing. The list varies a bit between browsers, but one thing is always correct. Focus or blur support is guaranteed for elements that a wizard can interact with like buttons, input fields, select tags, the A tag, and so on. On the other hand, element that exist to format something such as the div, span, the table are something that are unfocusable by default. The method that is element.focus does not work on them, and the focus or blur events are actually never triggered. Now, this can be changed using the HTML attribute that is known as the tab index. Now, any element becomes focusable if it has the tab index. The value of the attribute is the order number of the element when the tab is used to switch between them. That is, if we have two elements, let's just say the first has a tab index 1 and the second has tab index 2, then pressing the tab key while in the first element moves the focus into the second one. Now, the switch order is that elements with tab index from 1 and above goes first in the tab index order, and then elements without tab index. That is, let's just say, a regular input field. Now, elements without matching the tab index are switched in the document source order, that is the default order. Now, there are two special values. The first one is tab index equal to 0 puts an element among those without tab index. That is when we switch elements that are the elements with tab index equal to 0 go after elements with tab index greater than or equal to 1. Usually it's used to make an element focusable but keep the default switching order to make an element a part of the form on par with the input tag. Now the second special value is tab index equal to -1. Now it allows only programmatic focusing on an element. The tab key ignores such elements, but method element dot focus still work on these. For instance, let's just say that we have a list. So right here we are going to have a list, an unordered list that is going to be. So inside that unordered list, we have elements. The first one is, let's just say, 1. The second one is, let's just say, 2. Not 2, but let's just say 0. The third element is, let's just say, 2. And the fourth element, sorry, is, let's just say, minus 1. So these are actually to depict what I have just talked about, the two kind of special values. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are now going to assign a tab index to them. So let's just say for the tab having 1, it is going to have the tab index as 1. Now for this, let's just say the tab index is 0. For this one, let's just say the tab index is going to be 2. And for the last one, the tab index is going to be -1. So right here, we are going to simply write and click the first element, that is the instruction you have to follow. Click the first element and press the tab key. And what you have to do is that you have to also keep track of the order. And what you have also to do is that you have to note that many subsequent tabs can move the focus out of the iframe in this example. So what you are going to do is that you are going to have a style tag here. Now in the style tag, what you are going to do is that you are going to talk about the list. And with the list, what you want to do is that you want to have the cursor as pointer. And what you also want to do is that you want to talk about focus here. Now in the focus, basically you are going to specify the outline change only, which is going to be something like 1 pixel, dashed, and green. So that's it. Specify this here, and that is going to be it all. Let's just remove this from here, and this should have been in curly brackets, not in round brackets. So we will just remove these round brackets from here, and that is going to be good. So just save this. And now if we run this code, you can see that you have the four elements: 1, 0, 2, and -1. Now the order that is going to be followed here is going to be something like 1, after that 2, and after that 0. So if you click on the first element now and click the tab key, you can see that it jumped to the area where the tab index is 2. Now if you click on tab again, it is going to jump to 0, and if you click tab again, the code actually ends. It does not move to -0. So here I will repeat two type of special value. The first one is having tab index 0. It is going to put an element among those without tab indexes. And for a tab index equal to -1, the tab key is going to actually ignore such elements, as you have seen over here as well. So normally the list tag does not support focusing, but what the tab index has helped us here with is that it has fully enabled it, along with events and styling with focus. Now the property element.tab index works too. We can add tab index from JavaScript by using the element.tab index property. That is going to have the very same effect which we have seen here. So I hope that you have understood how tab index is going to allow you to focus on an element which actually does not support the focusing operation. So now what we are going to talk about in the last part of this tutorial is about delegation, and we are going to talk about focus in and focus out. but we are going to do that in the next tutorial. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about delegation, and we are going to check in focus in and focus out. Now events like focus and blur basically do not bubble. For instance, we can't put the on focus on the form to highlight it. For example, if you have a form here, now in the form what you want to do is that on focus, what you want to do with this form is that you have to write in this dot class name, and you want to make this class name equal to focused. So you have this dot class name equal to focus, and inside this form you can have input fields. So right here you can have input tag. Now the type is going to be text. The name for that is going to be name, and the value is going to be name. Now the second input field, the type is going to be text, and the name is going to be surname, and the value is going to equal to surname. So in the style tag, if you just write in dot focused and you change the outline only as 1 pixel, solid and red, and if you run this code, then actually it is not going to work. Now, the reason it is not going to work is because when the user focuses on an input field here, the focus event triggers on that input only. It does not bubble up. So the form.onFocus is actually never ever triggered here. Now, for this problem, we have got two solutions. First, there is a funny historical feature, that is the focus or blur that do not bubble up but propagate down on the capturing phase. So, right here, you can see that you have the very same style, you have the very same form, but in the script.js, what you have to do is that you have to perform the focus there, and you have to remove this focus right from here, and you have to simply specify an ID to this form as form. So what we will do is that we will just remove this from here, and we will just correct the formatting for this form here. So we don't want to do anything with this. We will just paste the input tags here, and right here we are going to simply assign an ID that is going to equal to form. So that's it. Just I dent it a bit, and that's good. So let's just save this, and the focused here is going to remain the very same. The focusing event is actually going to be performed right here, where we are going to have form dot add event listener, and the event listener which we want to have here is going to be the focus event listener. So right here we are going to add an arrow function that is going to equal to form dot class list with a small c, and class list dot add focused, and we are going to make it equal to true. So we will just copy this and paste it again, and all we have to change here is blur, and in place of the add method we have to actually write in remove, and it is going to remain the very same. Now this is going to actually work. So if you go here and run this code, and you can see that when you click on this, it actually turned everything to red. And you can see that you have got the name and you have got the surname here as well. So we don't want to save it. Thank you. So now there is a second way to do that as well. That is what is actually the concept which we want to cover in this tutorial. That is the focus in and focus out events. Now they are exactly the same as focus or blur, but the difference is that they bubble. Now note that they must be assigned using the element dot add event listener, not on event. So let's just see the working variant for this here. Now the form and the CSS is going to remain the very same. What you have to change here is that you have to just write in focus in, and right here you have to write in place of blur, you have to write in focus out. And the rest is going to remain the very same. What you have to only do is that you have to actually remove this true from here and this true from here as well. Just save this, and now if you refresh your code, you can see that it still works. So this is a second way of how you can actually do it. So that was all about focusing with forms control in JavaScript. I hope that you have understood that. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with forms controls, and we are going to talk about certain events that accompany data updates. Now these events includes the change, input, and that copy paste. So the first event which we are going to talk about is the change event. Now, this event is triggered when the element has finished changing. For text inputs, that means that the event occurs when it loses focus. For instance, while we are typing in the text field, then there is no event when, but when we move the focus somewhere else, for instance, click on a button, there is going to be a change event. So what we will do is that right here, we are going to create an input type text, and right here we are going to have on change, we are going to have an alert statement. And in the alert statement, what we are going to simply do is we are going to write in this dot a value. So basically, while we are typing, we are going to type in this input field, nothing is going to happen. But when we move the focus somewhere else, for instance, if we create a button here, and now we specify the value for this button as well. So the value is going to be button with a capital B. So if you move the focus from this type text to somewhere else, for example, clicking on this button, then there will be a change event. So if you save this and refresh this, you can see that if you click on this, you can see that as you are typing here, the focus is here, but as soon as you click the button, you're going to see that the focus is going to move somewhere else. That is towards the alert box which has popped up here. Now for other elements like select, input type equal to checkbox or radio, it triggers right after the selection is going to change. So this was about the event change. The second event which we are going to cover is the event input. Now, the input event triggers every time after a value is modified by the user. Unlike keyboard event, it triggers on any value change, even those that does not involve keyboard actions, like pasting with a mouse or using speech recognition to dictate the text. For instance, if you move back here, and let's just say that you have a type text, and right here you assign an ID to it, which is going to be input. Now, the event which we are going to specify is, we will just close this and we are going to just remove this from here. And right here, we are going to write in on input, a colon. You're going to have span id is going to equal to result, and just close the span tag. Now, what you will do is that we will just remove this button from here because we don't need this button anymore. We are only talking about the event input. So in the script here, if you write an input dot and you call in on input and make it a function here, and inside this function, you just write in a result dot inner html, and you make it equal to whatever value was input here. So if you run this code, it is going to be a very interesting output for you. You can see that whatever you type in here, like tutorials, you can see that on input is actually going to print that for you here. So whatever you type in here, as you can see, is going to get printed over here as well. So if you remove it, it is also going to be removed from here. So what's going on here is that the inner HTML is changing its value here in the span tag and storing it in the result first, and after that printing whatever you type in this input tags. So if we want to handle every modification of an input tag, then this event is the best choice. On the other hand, input event do not trigger on keyboard input and other actions that do not involve value change, for example, pressing arrow keys while in the input. So you can't prevent anything in the on input. The input event occurs after the value is modified. So we can't use event.prevent default there. It's just too late. There would be no effect on that. So I hope that you have understood these two events. There are three more events which we want to discuss, that are the cut, copy, paste. But we are going to do that in the next tutorial. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about events, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the cut, copy and paste. Now these events occur on cutting, copying and pasting a value as obvious. Now they belong to the clipboard event class and provide access to the data that is either cut it, copied or pasted. Now we can also use the event.prevent default, abort the action, then nothing is going to get copied or pasted. For instance, let's just say that we have this input field here, and in the script.js, what we are going to do is that we are going to prevent all the cut, copy, paste events and show the text which we are going to copy, cut, or paste. So in here in the script tag, we are going to have input dot on paste. So on paste, we are going to actually call upon a function, pass in an event to this function, which can be either of these three. So right here, we are going to simply alert paste, and we are going to add a event dot, since as I told you, it is actually a clipboard event. So you are going to write in clipboard, not event, but clipboard data dot get data. That can be either a text data or plain data. So a colon here, and right here we are going to simply write an event dot prevent default. And as I told you, that prevent default is to abort the action, and it is going to stop anything that is being copied or pasted. So just add these brackets here, and that is going to do your job. And after that, what we are going to do is that we are also going to write an input dot on cut. We are going to write an input dot on copy equal to a function, which means that this function is going to be applied to the on cut as well as the on copy, and we are going to pass in an event to this, and inside here we are going to simply write in alert event dot type, and we are going to concat it with a dash operator and concat it with document dot get selection brackets here. And after that, we are also going to call in the event dot prevent default on this, and that is going to actually do your job. So please note that inside the cut and copy event handlers to call a call to the event.clipboard data.get data is done that returns an empty string. Now the reason behind that is the technically the data isn't in the clipboard yet. If you use event.prevent default, it won't be copied at all. So in the example here, we have used document.getSelection to get the selected data. You can find more details about document selection later. It's possible to copy or paste not just text, but everything. For instance, we can copy a file in the operating system file manager and paste it. The reason behind that is the clipboard data implements the data transfer interface commonly used for a drag and drop and copy pasting. It's a bit beyond our scope now, but you can find its method in the data transfer specification, so you can look into that if you want to. Also, there is an additional asynchronous API of accessing the clipboard that is known as navigator.clipboard, and you can actually study that in the specification of clipboard API and event, but it is not supported by Firefox. So if you run this code, then you can see that if you type in data here and just press Control C, then you can see that it says copy data, and if you press Control X, it says cut data. But you can see that data has is actually present here even after cutting it, which means if you remove it and have Control V here, you can see that it says paste data, but you can see that it did not pasted the data for me. So what you have to do is that we will just remove these two events from here to see the output here. Save this and just go back here, refresh this page. And now if you write in data and press Control X, you can see that it says cut data, and you can see that the data has actually been removed because we have actually removed the prevent default operation. And now if you press Control V, then you can see that it says paste data, click OK, and you can see that data is actually now available in the input field here. So I hope that you have also understand the purpose of default prevent default function as well. So the last thing which we are going to discuss are some safety precaution. Now the clipboard is actually a global operating system level thing. A user may switch between various applications, so he may copy or paste different things, and a browser page should not see all that. So most browser basically allow seamless read or write access to the clipboard only in the scope of certain user action, such as, let's just say, copying or pasting. Now it's forbidden to generate custom clipboards event with dispatch event in all browser except the Firefox. And even if we manage to dispatch such event, the specification clearly state that such synthetic events must not provide access to the clipboard. Even if someone decide to save event.clipboard data in an event handler and then access it later, it is not going to work. So to reiterate, event.clipboard data works solely in the context of user-initiated event handlers. On the other hand, navigation.clipboard is the more recent API meant for use in any context. It is going to ask for user permission even if needed. So I hope that you have understood the 5 events we have covered: the change event, the input event, and finally the cut, copy, and paste event. So that is it with this tutorial. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about forms controls. So in this tutorial, we are going to talk about the submit event, and we are going to talk about the submit method. Now the submit event actually triggers when the form is submitted. It is usually used to validate the form before sending it to the server or abort the submission and process it in JavaScript. Now the method form.submit allows to initiate form sending from JavaScript. We can use it to dynamically create and send our own forms to the server. So let's just see these two in detail. So in the first part of the tutorial, we are going to talk about the submit event. There are two main ways to submit a form. The first one is to click a button with the type submit, or the second one is to have input type equal to image. The second way is to press enter on an input field. Now both action leads to the submit event on the form. The handler can check the data, and if there are errors, it can show them and call the event.prevent default. Then the form won't be sent to the server. Now what we are going to do is that, let's just say we have a form down here in the body. So we are going to create a form here. Now what we will do with this form is that we are going to call in on submit. Now on submit, what we are going to do is that we are going to have an alert here. And inside the alert, we are going to have submit. And after that, a colon here, and it is going to return false. So inside this form, what we are going to do is, now inside this form, we are going to have first, that is going to be enter in the input field. And what you want to have entered is actually going to be an input field. The type is going to be text, and the value is going to be text as well. And after that, we are going to simply add a break line here. In the second field here, we are going to write in second. And right here, we are going to just write in the instruction, which you have to do, that is click submit. And right here, we are going to create a input field. The type is going to be submit this time. And right here, we don't need these, but we have to specify the value here, that is going to be not like this, but it is going to be submit. Looks better. So what you are going to do now is that in this example here, if you go into the text field and press enter, it is going to actually submit your form. And if you have click input type equal to submit, it is also going to enter your form. Now both action shows alert, and the form is not sent anywhere because we have written return false. So if you save this page and refresh your browser here, and let's just say that I want to just write in tutorials here, click enter, you can see that the form has been submitted. And in the second way, if you click submit, even then the form is going to be submitted, which means that these are the two events using which you can actually perform the submit event. So you can trigger the submit event in these two ways, which we have just covered. Now, the thing is that what is the relation between submit and click? So when a form is sent using the enter on an input field, a click event triggers on the input type equal to submit. Now that's rather funny because there was no click at all. So right here, you can see that when you click enter here, on this input field, actually it is going to trigger the input type equal to submit, which is the same as clicking on this button, that is input type equal to submit. So that's how you are actually going to trigger the submit event. In the second part of this tutorial, we are going to talk about the submit method. Now, to submit a form to the server manually, we can call the form.submit. Then the submit event is not triggered. It is assumed that if the programmer calls form.submit, then the script already did all the related processing. So sometimes that's used to manually create and send a form. So to do that, what you have to do is that in the script here, we are going to write in let form equal to document dot create element. And what we want to create is actually a form. Now the form dot action is going to equal to a website that says https Google, not this, a colon and two backslashes. After that, google.com, and after that, search. So this is what is going to be the action of the form, and we are going to specify the form dot method as well. That is going to equal to the get method. Now in the form dot inner HTML, what we are going to do is that we are going to create an input field, the name for which is going to equal to q, and the value is going to equal to test. After that, what we are going to do is that we are going to have document dot body dot append, and we want to append the form to it. And the last thing which we are going to do is that we are going to submit this form using the form dot submit function. So what we will do here is that we will just remove this form from here because we do not need it. Just save this page and save this page as well. And if you move back here and you refresh this page, then you can see that it is actually going to direct you to whatever you have in that input field. So if you refresh this again, you can see that it is going to actually direct you here because the value which you have specified here was test. So what that is going to do is that it is going to have google.com.search, and it is going to search for test. So I hope that you have understood that how the method submit work in JavaScript. So that is going to be it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorials we are going to start on with frames and windows. And the first thing we are going to cover is pop-ups and window methods. Now, a pop-up window is one of the very oldest method to show additional documents to user. Basically, what you have to do is that you have to run a very simple command that is known as window.open, and inside that you have to write in the name of the website. Let's just say google.com. So if you go here and you refresh this, you are going to see that it says the pop-up was blocked. But if you actually allow this pop-up and just write in done, refresh this, you can see that on a new page it is going to open that specific website, that is google.com. So as you have seen that it has opened a new window with the given URL which you have specified in the window.open parameters here. So most modern browsers are configured to open URL in new tabs instead of separate windows, which you have just witnessed as well. Now pop-ups exist from really ancient times. The initial idea was to show another content without closing the main window. As of now, there are other ways to do that as well. That includes that we can actually load content dynamically with the fetch function and show it in a dynamically generated div tag. So pop-ups is not something which we use every day. Also, pop-ups are tricky on mobile devices that don't show multiple windows simultaneously. Still, there are tasks where pop-ups are still used, for example, for the OAuth authorization. That includes the login with Google or Facebook or any other site, because a pop-up is a separate window which has its own independent JavaScript environment. So opening a pop-up from a third party that is a non-trusted site is actually safe. So it's very easy to open a pop-up, and a pop-up can actually navigate or change URL and send messages to the opener window. Then there is a concept of pop-up blocking, which you also have witnessed that in the very start when I tried to run this very code, actually my browser blocked that. But when I allowed that pop-up to be opened, it then after that opened this google.com website. Now in the past, there were evil sites abusing pop-ups a lot. Now, a bad page could open tons of pop up windows with ads. So, now most browsers try to block pop ups and protect the user, which you have also witnessed in the very beginning. Now, actually, most browser block pop ups if they are called outside of the user trigger event handler, like, for example, on click. So, if you have, let's just say, button dot on click, and you make it equal to an arrow function, and inside that you just write in window dot open, and you write in the name of the website. So this way basically the user are somewhat protected from unwanted pop-ups, but the functionality is not disabled totally. So what you have here is that you have to now actually click a button before this website, that is google.com, is actually open. In the first case, it directly open as soon as you refresh this index.html inside your browser, but now it actually requires a button for you which you have to click in case of that pop-up to actually appear. Now let me just show you a site which is actually an online movie watch site. Now you can see that there are a lot of things happening here. You can see that if I click on the scroll down key, you can see that it has actually opened a pop-up. Now, why this pop-up has been opened when I click on this scroll bar? Now, there is a reason behind that which we are going to cover in the very soon. So I hope that for now you have understood what is a pop-up and how actually pop-ups are blocked and how you can actually control them using certain buttons or something else. So now let's just move on here and let's just talk about the syntax of this window.open in a bit detail. So basically this window.open comes with certain parameters. For now you have only studied that we entered a URL. Now it can have more parameters like names and certain other params. Now URL is what you have witnessed, that is a URL to load into the new window. Then the second parameter which you can specify in the window.open is the name. Now the name is actually what you have to specify for the new window. Now each window has a window.name, and here we are going to specify which window to use for the pop-up. If there is already a window with such name, then the given URL opens in it, otherwise a new window is going to be opened. And in the third parameter, that is actually the configuration string for the new window. Now it contains settings delimited by a comma. So there must be no spaces in the third parameter. For instance, if you want to have, let's just say, specify the width and height, then you can just write in width equal to 200, a comma, and height equal to 100. You have to specify no spaces between the params so that it recognize it as a single parameter. Now there are certain settings which you have to specify for the third parameter. The first one is the position. Now in the position you have two things. The first one is the left or top, that is the numeric positioning. Now in the left or top coordinates of the window, it includes the top or the left corner or on the screen. Now there is a limitation, that is a new window cannot be positioned off screen. The second positioning element is regarding the width or height, which is also a numeric value. That is to specify the width and height of a new window. Now, there is a limit on minimal width and height, so it's impossible to create an invisible window. Then after the position settings, we have the settings for the window features for this third parameter as well, which includes certain things. The first one is the menu bar, that is a yes or a no value that shows or hides the browser menu on the new window. The second Windows feature is the toolbar, which is again a yes or no thing that shows or hides the browser navigation bar on the new window. The third thing is the location, that is again a yes or no thing that shows or hides the URL field in the new window. FF and IE don't allow to hide it by default. The fourth thing in the Windows feature is the status. That is again a yes or no thing that shows or hides the status bar. Again, most browser forces to show. And we have resizable, that also it has a yes or no values, which allows to disable the resize for the new window, which is actually not recommended. And finally, the last Windows feature is the scroll bars, which is a yes or no values that allows to disable the scroll bars for the new window, which is again not recommended. So I hope that you have understood the complete syntax for window.open and also understood the parameters which are a part of this windows.open, and also the settings which we have just discussed for the third parameter, that is the params. So let's just cover this with the help of an example where what we are going to do is that at the very top here, we are going to have let params and make it equal to, use the forward text, and we are going to write in, let's just say, scroll bars, which as I told you has a yes or no value. So let's just say we want to make it no, then we have the resizable, which let's just say we also want to make it no, then we have the status, which we also want to make as no, then we have the location, which we also want to make as no, then after that we have the uh, it is going to be equal to no, not comma no. After that, a comma, and then we are going to have the toolbar as no, and finally, we are going to have the menu bar as no. So these are the things which we have specified for the third parameter. Now, let's just add some more here. But we are not going to specify it here. We are going to specify it inside. We don't need this comma here. And right here, we are, let's just say, going to specify the width as 0. We are going to specify the height as 0. We are going to specify the left as -1,000. And we are going to specify finally the top as -1,000. So as you have seen here that most the window features are disabled and the window is actually going to be positioned off screen. So right here, if you have window.open and you write in here, let's just say that we want to specify the name to be test, and in the third parameter we are going to specify the params, and we will just remove this from here. So if you save this page and refresh your browser here, you're going to see that you have got a page which is actually positioned off a screen. So if, as you can see, what really happened is that most browser fix or things which include like width or height. Now width and height cannot be zero, for instance, and the off screen, which is left or top. Now here we have specified the left and top to be -1,100, -1,000, which is actually not possible because it is actually going to position your window off screen, which is actually not possible. So what your browser is going to do is that it is going to actually fix those issues for you. So for instance, Chrome opens such a window with full width or height so that it occupies the full screen, which you have seen right over here as well. You can see that it occupies the entire screen from top to the bottom. So I hope that you have understood that. So now let's add normal positioning options and reasonable width, height, and the left and top coordinates here. So right here, we are going to specify, let's just say that we specify the width to be 600. We specify a reasonable height, which let's just say is 300. And let's just say that we want to specify the left as 100, and we are going to specify the top as 100 here as well. So if you now save this page and you refresh your browser, you can see that now you have got a page which has the position which you have actually specified. It is from left, it is 100, from top, it is 100 pixels, and it has a width of 600, and it has a height of 300. So most browser actually show the example here as required. Now there are rules for omitted settings as well. The first rule is that if there is no third argument in the open call or it is empty, then the default window parameters are used. The second rule is that if there is a string of params but some yes or no features are omitted, then the omitted features assume to have no value. So if you specify params, make sure you explicitly set all the required features to yes. The third rule is that if there is no left or top in the params, then the browser tries to open a new window near the last opened window. And the last rule is that if there is no width or height, then the new window will be the same size as the last open window. So I hope that you have understood the syntax of windows.open completely. So for this tutorial, I guess that is it. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about pop-ups. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about pop-ups and window methods. In this tutorial, we are going to see how to access a pop-up from a window. Now the open call actually returns a reference to the new window as you have seen. Now it can be used to manipulate its property, change location, and even more. So what we are going to do is that we are going to generate a pop-up content from a JavaScript. So in this example, what we are going to do is that we are going to have let new window that is going to be opened is going to be equal to window dot open, and in the parameters we are going to specify it about colon blank. The second parameter is going to be hello, which is actually the name, and the third parameter are the params where we are going to specify the width as 200, and we are going to specify the height as 200 as well. So right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to write a new window dot document dot write, and what we are going to write inside that window is basically going to be hello world. So if you save this page and refresh your browser here, you can see that you have got a new window that says hello world. So basically we have actually created an about blank window with the name hello, and we have specified a width and height for that, and inside that we have actually written hello world. Now, what we are discussing here is how to access a pop-up from a window. So what we are going to do here is that we will modify the contents after loading the window. Now, to do that, what we are going to do is that we will just remove this from here. And right here, we are going to change its name to example. The width and height are going to remain the same. And after that, we are going to write a new window dot focus. So we are going to call in the focus method on the new window. And after that, if you write an alert and you write in the new window dot location, not local storage, but the location dot the href. So we will just remove this from here. And if you save this now and refresh your browser, you can see that you have got this page. Now this is actually where actually the loading hasn't started yet. So you can see that it says about blank, which means that the loading has yet not started. Now to load, what you are going to do is that we will just remove this from here. We don't need this alert statement. And right here, we are going to write a new window dot onload, that whenever this new window is loaded, we want to call in a function, and inside this function, what we are going to do is that we are going to make let html is going to equal to div, and these are going to be the closing tags for the div. Now inside this div, what we are going to do is that we are going to specify the style, which is going to be the font size, which is going to be 30 pixels. And inside this div, we are going to simply write in welcome. So after this, what we are going to do is that we are going to write a new window dot document dot body dot insert adjacent HTML, and it is going to be after begin. We want to insert whatever we have in the HTML part. So if you run your code, you're going to see that you have the same output. But what you can do here is that if you have the alert statement back, and now you refresh your browser and click outside it, you can see that it still says about blank, which means that the loading hasn't started yet. So immediately after window.open, the new window isn't loaded yet. Now that is demonstrated by the alert statement right in front of you. So you have to actually wait for the onload to modify it. Now we could use the DOM content loaded handler for new win.document as well. So this was how we can access a pop-up from a window. Now we are going to see how to access a window from a pop-up. Now a pop-up may access the opener window as well as using the window.opener reference. It is null for all windows except pop-ups. So if you have an example that looks something like this, where you have this as about colon blank, and right here you have hello, and you have this width and height at 300, and after that you can have new win dot document dot write, to have a dot here, dot write, and inside that you can have a script where you can have something like this script, the closing tags for the script, and right in here you can have window dot opener dot document dot body dot inner HTML. And what you're going to do is that you are going to make this equal to test. So actually the connection between the windows is now bidirectional. The main window and the pop-up have a reference to each other now. So let's just close this window and refresh this. So you can see that you have got a blank window, but if you just move down here, you can see that you have this test right over here printed as well, which means that now we have a connection between the main window and the pop-up which has this blank window which has appeared here. So you can clearly see that you have got both of these here. You can see that you have got this pop-up as well as you have got this main window that says test. So that's how you can access the window from your pop-up. So I hope that you have understood these two concepts, accessing pop-up from window and accessive window from pop-up. So in the next tutorial, we are going to discuss more about pop-ups. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are again going to be talking about pop-ups and window methods. And in this tutorial we are going to see how to close a pop-up. Now to close a window you have the method that is window.close. To check if a window is closed you can have the win.closed. You can check it for either true or false. So technically the close method is available for any window, but window.close method is ignored by most browser if window is not created with window.open. So it will work only as a pop-up. Now the close property is true if the window is closed. That is useful to check if the pop-up is still open or not. Now a user can close it anytime and our code should take the possibility into account. So right in front of you, you have your new window. And what I want to do is that on load, what I want to do is that I want to make this new win dot close. So I want to call in the close function. And after that, I'm going to simply alert new win dot close, which is the thing that is going to return either true or false. So since we have called the close function, so this over here is actually going to return true. So after that, what we are going to study is some functions. So the first functions which we are going to talk about are the functions for moving or resizing a window. Now in that we have got four functions. The first one is window.moveBy with two parameters x and y. Now it is going to move the window relative to current position x pixels to the right and y pixels down, whereas negative values are also allowed for this function. The second function is the window.moveTo with two parameters x and y, which move the window to the coordinates xy on the screen. Then we have got the resize by and resize to function. In the resize by, we have to resize the window by the given width or height relative to the current size, whereas negative values are also allowed. And in the resize to, we resize the window to the given size in the parameter respective to the width and height. Now there is also a window dot on resize event as well. Now, to prevent abuse, the browser usually block these methods. They only work reliably on pop-ups that we open that have no additional tabs. Now, JavaScript has no way to minify or maximize a window. These OS level functions are hidden from front-end developers. Move or resize method do not work for maximized or minimized windows. Then we have got functions for scrolling a window, in which we have got four functions. The first one is the win.scroll by with two parameters x and y. It scroll the window x pixels right and y down relative to the current scroll. Negative values are also allowed in that. The second one is the win.scroll to that scroll the window to the given coordinates. Then we have the element.scroll into view where a top equal to true. Now in this function, it scroll the window to make the element show up at the top or at the bottom for element.scroll into view false. That is, now there is also a window dot on scroll event as well. Now the last method is the focus or blur on a window, where we have the window dot on blur equal to window dot focus. Now theoretically there are window dot focus and window dot blur methods to focus or on focus on a window. And there are also focus or blur even that allow to catch the moment when the visitor focuses on a window and switches elsewhere. Now, although in practice they are severely needed because in the past evil pages abused them. So when a user attempts to switch out of the window, it brings the window back into the focus. The intention is to lock the user within the window. So whenever the on blur is performed, it is actually going to call in the window.focus. So the lock is actually at the window and the user always stays at the window. So browser had to introduce many limitations to forbid the code like that and protect the user from ads and evil pages. Now it depends on browser to browser. For instance, a mobile browser usually ignores the window.focus completely. Also, focusing does not work when a pop up opens in a separate tab rather than a new window. Still, there are some use cases when such calls do work and can be useful. For instance, when we open a pop up, it might be a good idea to run the new window.focus on it. Just in case for some OS or browser combinations, it ensures that the user is in the new window now. Secondly, if we want to track when a visitor actually uses our web page, we can track the window.onFocus or onBlur. Now, this is going to allow us to suspend or resume in-page activities, animations, etc. But please note that the blur event means that the visitor switched out from the window, but they still may observe it. The window is in the background, but still may be visible. So this is all we have to talk about pop-ups and window methods in JavaScript. So what we have studied in the previous two and in this tutorial is that pop-up windows are used rarely as they are alternatives for loading and displaying information in page or in the iframe. If we are going to open a pop-up, a good practice is to inform the user about it. An opening window icon near a link or button would allow the visitor to survive the focus shift and keep both windows in mind. A pop-up can be changed by the open call. It returns the reference to the newly opened window. Now, browser block opens call from the code outside of user action. Usually, a notification appears so that a user may allow them. Now, browser open a new tab by default, but if sizes are provided, then it is going to be a pop-up window. Pop-ups may access the opener window using the window.opener property, and the main window and the pop-up can freely read and modify each other if they are having the same origin. Otherwise, they can change the location of each other and exchange messages. Now, to close the pop-up, we have the close method call, which we have covered. Also, the user may close them just like in any other window by clicking the cross button. The window.close is true after that. Then we studied about the methods focus and blur that allow to focus or unfocus a window, but they don't work all the time. Events like focus and blur allow to track switching in and out of the window, but please note that a window still may be visible even in the background state after the blur has performed. So that was all we have to study about pop-up and window methods. So I hope that you have understood all about that. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk about what is a cross-window communication. So stay tuned for that tutorial. Thank you so much for now. Bye bye. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on frames and windows, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about cross-window communication. Now, the same origin or the same site policy limit access of windows and frames to each other. The idea is that if a user has two pages open, one from johnsmith.com and another one is gmail.com, then they would not want a script for johnsmith.com to read all our mails from gmail.com. So the purpose of the same origin policy is to protect user from information theft. Now, two URLs are said to have the same origin if they have the same protocol, they have the same domain, and they have the same port. So let's just say that you have a website which is something like this. It is http colon and it is site.com. And after that, we have a site that is http colon and it is site.com slash. And after that, we have a site that is http colon site.com slash my slash page dot html. Now, actually, these URLs all share the same origin that is site.com has. But what we have is that if we add a www with it and make it http www.site.com, and this one, let's just make it equal to site.org, and let's just say that we add a https here and make this equal to site.com but with https, and after that let's just say that I copy this from here and let's just say that I have site.com here, and right here I specified port number 8080. So now these URLs actually do not share the same origin because for the first one we have another domain where www matter. For the second one we have another domain that is the org. For the third one we have another protocol that is the https protocol, and for the last one, we have another port number that is 8080. So the same origin policy states two things. The first one is that if we have a reference to another window, for example, a pop-up created by window.open or a window inside iframe, and that window comes from the same origin, then we have full access to that window. The second policy state otherwise. If it comes from another origin, then we cannot access the contents of that window, variables, documents, or anything. The only exception is the location. We can change it, thus redirecting the user, but we cannot read the location. So we can't see where the user is now, which means no information leak. So I hope that you have understood the concept of what is same origin and why for the same origin you have to have the same protocol, domain and port. Now let's just see the iframe in action. Now an iframe tag hosts a separate embedded window with its own separate document and window objects. So we can access them using properties like iframe.content_window, iframe.content_document. Now the iframe.content window is to get the window inside the iframe, whereas the iframe.content document is to get the document inside the iframe, shorthand for the iframe.content window dot document. So when we access something inside the embedded window, the browser checks if the iframe has the same origin. If that's not so, then the access is going to be denied. Writing to the location is an exception, it's still permitted. For instance, if you try reading and writing to the iframe from another origin, then it is something that is actually not allowed. So let's just see this with the help of a very simple example. So let's just say that in the HTML part right here, you have an iframe, and the source for that iframe is, let's just say, https colon, and it is example.com. So you have this very simple website here, and we are going to specify an ID, and the ID is going to be iframe in this case. So we will just save this and move back to our script folder. And inside this script folder, we are going to write in iframe.onload is going to call a function. And inside that function, the first thing which we are going to do is that we have to get the reference to the inner window. Now, if you want to get the reference to the inner window, then that is something that is actually allowed. So if you have here, let iframe window equal to iframe dot content window, then this is actually something that is allowed. Now, as I told you that we can access the property using iframe.content window and the iframe.content document. Now, iframe.content window, as I told you, is to get the window inside the iframe. So that is something that is actually allowed. So if you run the iframe window, it is actually going to return true. But if you have, let's just say, let's just write it in the try and catch blocks. So in the try block, if you write in let document equal to iframe dot content, and you want to access the documents, then that is something not allowed. So you have the you can get the reference to the inner window, but not to the document inside it. So you are getting the reference to the inner window using the content window, which is allowed, but you cannot actually get a reference to the documents inside that iframe, that is example.com in this case. So that is something that is not allowed, and it is going to get caught in this exception here where we have catch E, and inside that it is actually going to alert E. So if you run this, what it is going to do is that it is going to generate a security error that is going to tell you that you are trying to access a document that is from another origin. Also, we cannot read the URL of the page in the iframe. So if you have, let's just copy this try and catch block from here, and let's just paste it again. So right here, if you want to access the URL of the page using the content window dot location dot href, then that is actually something that is also not allowed because it is again a security error. Now we can write into the location and thus loading something else into the iframe, that is something that is allowed. So you can actually not get the href, but what you can have is, if you just copy this from here and paste it over here. So if you remove this href from here, so as I told you that we can write into the location and thus loading something else into the frame. So content window dot location is something that is allowed. So this is going to be actually okay. And you are going to actually make it equal to a backslash, which means that you can write into the location. And if you write in iframe dot onload equal to null, then what it is going to do is that it is going to clear the handler, not to run it after the location is going to change. So this code is going to show error for any operation except getting the reference to the inner window where we have iframe dot content window that is allowed. And secondly, to write to a location using this. So we don't have to specify this here. So this is basically writing to a reference. So this is also writing to a location, which is also allowed. But these two things which we have here, trying to access the URL or trying to access the document of a reference, then that is something that is allowed. Now, contrary to that, if the iframe has the same origin, then we can actually do anything with it. So right here in the, we'll just save this, and if you go here and in place of example.com, if you just write in backslash, which means that we are talking about the same origin now, which means the same website, then you can actually do whatever you want to do here. So this statement over here is also going to execute, and this statement is also going to get executed then. So the iframe.onload versus iframe.contentWindow.onload has certain things. The iframe.onload event is essentially the same as the iframe.contentWindow.onload. It triggers when the embedded window fully loads with all resources, but we cannot access iframe.contentWindow.onload for an iframe from another location, so using iframe.onload. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. So we are going to talk more about it, but we are going to do that in the next tutorial. For this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about cross-window communication. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about windows on subdomains. Now, by definition, two URLs with different domains have different origins as well. But if windows share the same second level domain, for instance, john.site.com, peter.site.com, and site.com, so that their common second level domain is site.com, we can make the browser ignore that difference so that they can be treated as coming from the same origin for the purpose of cross-window communication. Now, to make it work, each such window should run the code that looks something like this, where we have document.domain, and that is going to equal to sites.com. So all the windows should actually run this, and that is going to be it. They can interact without limitation. Again, that's only possible for pages with the same second level domain. The document.domain property is in the process of being removed from the specification. The cross-window messaging, as explained, is the suggested replacement. That said, as of now, all browsers support it, and the support will be kept for the future, not to break the old code that relies on document.domain, but for the rest, it is going to be replaced with the cross-window messaging. So the next thing which we are going to cover is the wrong document pitfall for the iframe. Now, when an iframe comes from the same origin and we may access its document, there is a pitfall. It is not related to cross-origin thing, but important to know. Upon its creation, an iframe immediately has a document, but that document is different from the one that loads into it. So if we do something immediately with the document, that will probably be lost. So let's just say that right here in the index.html, we have an iframe which has the source this, And we are going to specify an ID for this form as iframe. And right inside the script file, what we are going to do is that we are going to have let all document is going to equal to iframe dot content document. So right here, iframe dot onload is going to call upon a function, and inside that function we are going to have, it is going to be on load. So inside this function we are going to create let new document equal to iframe dot content document. So after that, what if we try to write in old doc equal to new doc, then it is going to actually generate false because the loaded document is not the same as the initial. So if you have alert and write that you can write an old doc equal to the new doc, then it is actually going to return false, as I told you that the new document and the old document are not the same. Now we shouldn't work with the document of a not yet loaded iframe because that's the wrong document. If we set any event handlers to it, then those event handlers are going to get ignored. Now the question is how to detect the moment when the document is there. The right document is definitely at place when the iframe.onload triggers, but it only triggers when the whole iframe with all resources is loaded. So we can try to catch the moment earlier using checks in the interval. So right here, and after this, what you can have is that you can actually have a timer where you can have let timer equal to set interval, and inside that you are going to have an arrow function. Now inside that function what you are going to do that you are going to do what you have done here. So you will just remove this from here, you are going to paste it here, we will just remove it from here. So now if you have iframe dot document equal to iframe dot content window, and right here you're not going to directly output that, you're going to write an if, and inside the condition you are going to specify this. So we will just remove it from here and we are going to paste it here. So if old document and new document are same, you are going to simply return out of this interval function, and after that you are going to alert that the new document is here. And what you are going to do is that you are going to have the clear interval of the timer. So it is going to cancel this time interval and we are not going to need it anymore. So right here, you're going to specify the time that is going to be 100 millisecond. So what that is going to do is that for every 100 millisecond, it is going to check if the document is the new one or not. Now for this, if you save this and refresh your window, you can see that it says the new document is here. So it is going to check it after every 100 millisecond. Now if you run that previous code we had, where we have alerted old document equal to new doc, that is going to return false because we had not specified intervals and the new documents, loaded document, is not yet equal to the same initial document. But right here, since we are waiting for the new document to get loaded, and after that after it has loaded, the new doc is then going to equal to the old doc. So now we are going to talk about the window.frames collection. Now an alternative way to get a window object for iframe is to get it from the named collection from windows.frame. Now you can get it by number using window.frames and using array-like concept by specifying 0 or 1 or something like that, which is going to treat the window object for the first frame in the document. And by name, you can write in window.frames dot, and after that, you can specify the iframe name. So that is the window object for the frame with the name equal to iframe name. For instance, if you have an iframe here, and right here you are going to specify some style. Just add a space here, and right here in the style tag you are going to specify the height as 80 pixels, and you are going to specify the name here, which is going to be one, and we are going to specify the ID as iframe. And in the script we are going to have alert. So if you write in iframe dot content window and you make it equal to the frame 0, then this statement over here is going to return true. And after that, if you write in alert iframe dot content window and make it equal to frames dot when, then this statement over here is also going to return true. So an iframe may have other iframes inside. Now the corresponding window objects form a hierarchy. So there are three navigation links that include the window dot frames, that is the collection of children windows, window dot parents, that is reference to the parent window, and window dot top, that is the reference to the topmost parent window. So for instance, if you write in, let's just say window dot frames 0 dot parent and triple equal to the window, then that is actually going to return true. So we can use the top property to check if the current document is opened inside an iframe or not. So for that, it has a simple thing where you can write in window equal to top. If window equal to top, what you are going to do is that you are going to alert simply that the script is in the topmost window. Just ignore my spelling mistakes, and right here in the else condition, in the else you can simply alert that the script runs in a frame. So that's how you can use the top property to check if the current document is open inside a frame or not. So that is it with this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about cross-window communication. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course where we are talking about cross-window communication. In this tutorial, we are going to talk about the sandbox iframe attribute. Now, the sandbox attribute allows for the exclusion of certain action inside an iframe in order to prevent it executing untrusted code. Now, it actually sandboxes the iframe by treating it as coming from another origin and applying other limitation. Now, there is a default set of restrictions that are applied for the iframe sandbox SRC, but it can be relaxed if we provide a space separated list of restrictions that should not be applied as a value of the attribute. Now, in other words, an empty sandbox attribute puts the strictest limitation possible, but we can put a space delimited list of those that we want to left. So basically, these are some of the limitations which we have. The first one is the allow same origin. Now, by default, the sandbox forces the different origin policy for the iframe. In other words, it makes the browser to treat the iframe as coming from another origin, even if its source points to the same site. With all implied restrictions for a strip, this option removes that feature. Now, the second one is the allow top navigation. Now, it allows the iframe to actually change the parent location. The third one is the allow forms that allow to submit forms from the iframe. The next one is the allow scripts that allow to that allow to run scripts from the iframe, and the last one is the allow pop-ups that allows to window.open pop-ups from the iframe. So the next thing which we are going to talk about is the cross-window messaging. Now, the post message interface allows windows to talk to each other no matter which origin they are from. So it's a way around the same origin policy. It allows a window from johnsmith.com to talk to gmail.com and exchange information, and but only if they both agree and call corresponding JavaScript functions. So that is actually to make it safe for users. So the interface has actually two parts. The first one is the post message. That now the window that wants to send a message calls a post message method of the receiving window. In other words, if we want to send the message to a window, we should call the window.post message function, which has two parameters that are the data and the target origin. Now, the first parameter, that is data, let me just write in here the syntax. It is actually like when dot post and capital message. And after that, it has the first parameter as data, and the second parameter is the target value, not the target value, but the target origin. Now, the first parameter is the data to send. Now, it can be an object. The data is actually cloned using the structured serialization algorithm. So integrated environment supports only strings, so we should join stringify complex objects to support the browser. Now the second parameter is the target origin. It specifies the origin for the target window set so that only a window from the given origin will get the message. Now the target origin is a safety measure. Remember, if the target window comes from another origin, so actually, in that case, we are not allowed to read its location in the sender window. So we can't be sure which site is opened in the intended window right now. That is, the user could navigate away and the sender window has no idea about it. So specifying the target origin ensures that the window only receives the data if it's still at the right site. So it is important when the data is actually sensitive and you don't want someone else to actually read your data. For instance, if we just cover this with the help of an example, so let's just say that right down here you have an iframe which is having the source here as http colon, and it is something like example.com. So the ID, we don't need an ID here. We will just specify the name, and the name is going to be example in this case. Now in the script file, what we are going to do is that we are actually going to use the post message function. Now that is actually the site which is actually sending the data. So right here, we are going to write in let window equal to window dot frames dot example. So we are talking about frames dot example, and right here we are going to write in window dot post message. So the message which we want to post is this simple message text, that is the data to send, and the second parameter is going to be the site where you actually want to send in this data. So in our case, that is going to be example.com. Now, if we don't want that check, we can actually set the target origin to a steric. So right here, if you don't want this, you can actually have a steric here. Now that is the post message, that is actually performed at the area, that is the window that wants to send a message. Now if you have sent a message, you want someone to receive that as well. So to receive a message, we have the second part of this tutorial about the cross window messaging, that is the on message function. To receive a function, basically the target window should have a handler on the message event. So it is going to trigger when the post message is called and the target origin check is successful. So the event object has actually some special properties. The first one is the data that is from the post message which has been actually sent over. The second one is the origin of the sender. For instance, in our case, it is example.com. And then the third thing is the source, that is the reference to the sender window. So we can immediately have source.post message back if we want. Now to assign that handler, we should use the add event listener. Now a short syntax window dot on message does not work. So as an example, if right down here you have, let's just say, another HTML file that is index.iframe.html, that is actually the receiving iframe. So in that you can have window dot add event listener, and in that you have to write in the message, and you have to write in a function that is going to actually receive an event. And inside that, what you are going to do is that you are going to write an if event dot the origin is not equal to, we have the http example.com. So if it is not equal to the example.com, then what we want is that we want to actually ignore it. So since it is from another domain, so we will just write in return, which means that we are actually ignoring it. And after that, we can alert that received. Now that is basically the case where this if condition is not true, because if if condition is true, it is actually going to simply return, it is not going to execute this statement. But if this statement is wrong, which means that if the origin is http.example.com, so we want to have an event listener that is going to say received, and we are going to write an event dot data. So that is going to be it, which means that can message back using event.source.post message is even accessible now. So right here, you can also send a message back to from where your message has come, that is http example.com. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered here. To summarize what we have covered in the previous two and this tutorial is that to call methods and access the contents of another window, we should have a reference to it. For pop-ups, we have these references that includes window.open and window.opener. Now for iframes, we can access the parent or children window using the windows.frames, window.parent, window.top, and iframe.content window, which is the window inside an iframe tag. Now, if windows share the same origin, then the windows can do whatever they want with each other. Otherwise, the only possible actions are to change the location of another window, that is the write only access, and post a message to it. Now, there are certain exceptions that windows that share the same second level domain, like a.site.com and b.site.com, then setting document.domain equal to site.com in both of them puts them into the same origin state. And secondly, the second exception is that if an iframe has a sandbox attribute, it is forcefully put into the different origin state unless the allow same origin is specified in the attribute value. That can be used to run untrusted code in the iframes from the same site. And finally, we talked about the post message interface that allow two windows with any origins to talk. The sender call the target window.post message. If the target origin is not static, then the browser checks if window target when has the origin that is the target origin, that is the second parameter for the post message. If it is so, then the target window triggers the message event with special properties that are the origin, the source, and the data. And we should use the add event listener to set the handler for this event inside the target window. So I hope that you have understood all about cross window communication. So that was it with this tutorial as well. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and from this tutorial on, we are going to be talking about binary data and files. So for the first part, we are going to talk about array buffer and binary arrays. Now in web development, we meet binary data mostly while dealing with files that are to create a file, to upload a file, or to download a file. Now another typical use case is the image processing. Now that's all possible in JavaScript, and binary operations are high performant. Although there is a bit confusion because there are many classes. Now to name a few, we have the array buffer, then we have the uint8 array, we have the data view, we have the blob, and we have the file. We have others as well. Now, binary data in JavaScript is implemented in a non-standard way compared to other languages. But when we sort things out, everything becomes fairly simple. Now, the basic binary object is basically known as the array buffer. That is a reference to a fixed length contiguous memory area. So, to create a array buffer, what you have to do is that you have to create an object, let buffer, and you have to make it equal to new. And right here, you have to write an array, and there it is, array buffer. And right here, you have to specify the length actually. So what this line here is going to do is that it is going to create a buffer that has length 16. So right here, if you want to confirm that, you can just write in buffer dot and you can write in byte length. So if you save this and right here refresh your browser, you can see that it says 16, which means that you have actually created a array buffer, the byte length of which is actually 16. So this 16 actually represents the bytes, not the bit. So this here is the byte length, not the bit length. That is something that is very important for you to understand. So basically what this is going to do is that it is going to allocate a contiguous memory area of 16 bytes and it is going to pre-fill it with zeros. Now, as you can see here that right at this moment, we have not specified any data inside this array buffer right here. So what the JavaScript is going to do is that it is going to actually have, for example, this is, let's just say, the array buffer which is stored in buffer. So this buffer at this instance is going to be a set of zeros. So right here it is going to be pre-filled with zeros. The entire 16 byte area is going to be filled with zeros. Now, you need to understand one thing, that array buffer is not an array of something. So let's eliminate this possible source of confusion. Now, array buffer has nothing in common with the array. It has a fixed length, we cannot increase or decrease it. It takes exactly that much space in the memory, and to access individual bytes, another view object is needed that is not the buffer. So array buffer is a memory area. Now the question is that what is actually stored in it? It has no clue, just a few raw sequences of bytes. Now to manipulate an array buffer, we need to use a view object. Now what is a view object? A view object is something that does not store anything on its own. It is actually the eyeglasses that give an interpretation of the bytes that are stored in the array buffer. For instance, we have, let's just say, a uint 8 array. Now it actually looks something like this. It is uint, and you can see here that you have the uint 16 array, you have the uint 32 array, you have the uint 8 array. So for this uint 8 array, it treats each byte in array buffer as a separate number with possible values from 0 to 255. So if you have this here, then this over here actually stores the value from 0 to 255. That is actually a byte, which is actually 8 bits. So it can hold only that much. Such value is called a 8-bit unsigned integer. Now for the second one, we have the uint 16 array. Now the uint 16 array actually treats every 4 bytes as an integer with possible values from 0 to 65535. That's called a 16-bit unsigned integer. So it stores value from 0 to 65535. Then we have the uint 32 array. So uint 32 array, it is here, right? So this actually stores, and this also treats every byte, every 4 bytes as an integer. Now you can see that the difference, the first one over here, that is the uint 8 array, it treats each byte in the array buffer. Whereas for the second one, the uint 16 array, it actually treats every 2 bytes as an integer. And for the uint 32 array, it actually treats every 4 bytes as an integer. Now, this actually has the possible values from 0 to a very big number, that is 42949672, and I guess it was 95 at the end. So this is the values that it store, and it is actually called a 32-bit unsigned integer. And then we also have the float 64 array. Now the float 64 array actually treats every 8 bytes as a floating point number with possible values from 5.0 into 10 power minus 3 to 4 that are negative values, and it goes up till 1.8 into 10 to the power of 308. So you can see that it is something that is very massive. It stores a lot of numbers. So actually the binary data is an array buffer of 16 bytes and can be interpreted as 16 tiny numbers or 8 bigger numbers, 2 bytes each, or even 4 bigger with 4 bytes each, or 2 floating point values with high precision, which means 8 bytes each. So if you have a look at this image, you can see that you have this new array buffer 16 where uint 8 array are values from 0 till 15, which means that every byte has been stored as a single byte. You can see that every one has only one space, 0, 1, 2, 3, and until 15. Whereas the uint 16 array, as I told you, that it treats every 2 bytes as an integer, so you can clearly see that we have got only 8 spaces, which mean 8 into 2, which makes it equal to 16, which means that every byte every it has treated every 2 bytes as an integer, whereas for uint32 array, as I told you, that it treats every 4 bytes as an integer, so that's why it has only 4 locations, which makes it equal to 4 into 4 16. And finally for the last one, it treats every 8 bytes, so that's why we have got only 2, which makes 2 into 8 16. So I hope that you have understood how they actually store bytes in their locations. So as you can see that array buffer is actually the core object, that is the root of everything, that is the raw binary data. But if we are going to write into it or iterate over it, basically for almost any operation, we must use a view. Now I have told you what a view is, so let's just create it right over here. So what we are going to do is that we will just remove this stuff from here, and we will have this buffer, new array buffer equal to 16. And right here, what we are going to do is that we are going to now create a view. So a view is actually created using either of the uint patterns, which we just studied. So we will just stick on with uint32, and right inside the parenthesis of uint32 array, you have to specify the buffer. Now what that is going to do is that it is going to treat buffer as a sequence of 32-bit integers. So right here, if you try to alert the view dot length, then actually it is going to give you 4 that is something that stores that many integers. So this means that it actually stores 4 integers, whereas right here, if you want to alert the view dot byte length, then actually it is going to give you 16, that is the size in bytes. So I hope that you have understood how these work. So let's just remove this from here. So after creating the view, what we are going to do is that we are going to have for the view 0, we are going to store an integer in that is going to be, let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right now, if you want to have the uint32 array dot bytes per element, then it is going to give you 4 bytes per integer. So right here, we are going to simply have a for loop where we are going to write in let number of view. So we are having a for of loop in which we are going to actually print out your array. So it is not going to be new, but it is going to be num. So now if you run this code, you're going to see a very interesting thing. So let's just refresh that. And as you can see that it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And after that, it says 0, 0, and 0. So what that mean actually is that the output which was generated was something like this. At the first place, it had the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And after that, it has a 0, then a 0, and then a 0. So basically, it was able to store 4 integers, and you have already seen that when you try to alert the view dot length. So you remember that it would generate you 4 as the answer, which is the number of integers it could store. And right here, you can see that at the 0th location, you have actually stored a number that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, as I told you in the very beginning, that as soon as this buffer gets created, it is going to get pre-filled with zeros. And as soon as you overwrite the value when you want to store something now, it is going to get stored at that particular location which you have specified using the view here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to get stored here, and the remaining one are going to be the zeros that got pre-filled when this array buffer was created. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered so far. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about array buffers. So for this tutorial, that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to continue on with array buffer and binary arrays. And in this tutorial basically we are going to talk about the typed array. Now, the common term for all the views that are the uint8 array, uint32 array, and else, which we have talked about, are known as the typed array. Now, they share the same set of methods and properties, so please note that there is no constructor that is known as typed array. It's just a common umbrella term to represent one of the views over the array buffer that can be int8 array, uint8 array, and so on. The full list is going to soon follow. So when you see something like new typed array, it means any of the new int8 array, new uint8 array, or something like that. Now, typed arrays actually behave like regular arrays. They have indexes and they are actually iterable. Now, a typed array constructor, be it be the int array or the float64 array, doesn't matter. It behaves differently depending on the argument type. Now, there are actually 5 variants of arguments using which you can use the new typed array, which are listed right in front of you. Now, in the first one, which you can see in front of you, that if a array buffer argument is supplied, then the view is created over it. We used that syntax already. Optionally, we can provide the byte offset to start from, that is 0 by default, and the length that is till the end of the buffer by default. Then the view will cover only a part of the buffer. So this is the one which we have actually covered as well, where we supplied the buffer in the previous tutorial. So as I told you that these are the two optional parameters since they are in the square brackets, so that indicates that they are actually optional. So if you don't specify them, then the byte offset is going to be 0 by default, and the length, if you don't specify it, it is going to be from 0 till the very end. Now, in the second one, you have specified the object. Now, if in an array or any array-like object is given, it creates a typed array of the same length and copies the content. Now, we can use it to pre-fill the array with the data. So, for example, let's just say right down here, we have an array that is equal to new, and you have the uint 8 array, and inside that you have, let's just say, 0, 1, 2, 3. So these are, let's just say, the 4 elements you have inside that. So after that, if you write in here alert and you write in array dot length, not the last index of, but the length, then it is actually going to give you 4 as an output, which means that the created binary array is of the same length which we have specified right here. Then right here, if you want to have alert the array and you want to access the first element, so it is going to be actually filled with 4 bytes, that is unsigned 8-bit integers with given values. So let's just see the output for these two. So refresh that, and 4 is going to be your first output and 1 is going to be your second output, which is actually this, that is the array 1th element, which means that it is actually something that was filled with 4 bytes. Now, another typed array is supplied, which actually does the same. It creates a typed array of the same length and copied values. Values are converted to the new type in the process if they are needed to. So for this one, Let's just say that we have an array that is equal to a new array that is a uint, and let's just say a 16 array where we specified 4, which means that it is going to create typed array for 4 integers. So we will just remove this code from here because it is actually a duplication error. So we are talking about the third pattern. Now right here, if you just write an alert and you want to have, not alert, but we will do the alert later, but for example, let's just say that you have an array 8 that is actually equal to the new uint 8 array, and right here you actually write in the first array that you specified using the uint 16 array. Well, let's just name it to 16 so that it looks much like what it is doing, and right here you can specify this to be array 16. So right here, if you now write in alert array 8 and you want to access the 0th element, and right here you not let, but it is going to be alert, and this one is going to be alert as well, that is going to have alert array 8, and you want to access the first location. Now this one over here is going to actually give you 1, whereas this one is going to give you 232 if in the parameters for this uint 16 array, instead of this you have to specify 1 and 1000. So let's just run this code and see the output, and then I'm going to show you what's going on. So you can see that it says 1 and it says 232. So basically it tried to copy 1000 but can't fit into the 8 bits. We are going to follow the explanation for this later. So just you need to understand the pattern for how this one works actually. So let's just remove this for now as well. And let's just move on to the next one, that is the new typed array length. Now for a numeric argument length, it is going to create the typed array to contain that many elements. And now its byte length will be the length multiplied by the number of bytes in a single item. That is going to be accessed using the typed array dot bytes per element. So let's just say that you have an array that is equal to the new uint 16 array with 4 in its parameter, that is actually the length. So it is going to create the typed array for 4 integers. And now if you want to have the uint 16 array dot bytes per element, then actually it is going to give you 2 bytes per integer, and right here you can have alert array dot byte length, which is going to give you 8, that is the size in bytes. So let's just see the output for these two. The first one, as I told you, is going to give you 2, that is 2 bytes per integers, and after that you are going to get 8, that is actually the size in byte, which is obtained using the byte length. So this was the fourth way in which the arguments can be manipulated of the typed array. And in the final one, where we have no argument, it is going to create a zero length typed array. So we can create a typed array directly without mentioning the array buffer, but a view cannot exist without an underlying array buffer. So gets created automatically in all the cases except the first one when provided. So to access the underlying array buffer, there are certain properties in the typed array. The first one is the buffer that references the array buffer, and the second one is the byte length, that is the length of the array buffer. So we can always move from one view to another view. So right here, let's just say that you have an array 8 where you have new uint 8 array where you have actually data that says 0, 1, 2, 3, and right here it is not uint 9 but it is uint 8, and right here let's just say that you have array 16 that is equal to new uint 16 array, and right here you want to have array 8 dot buffer. So that is actually another view on the same data. So the list of type arrays are the uint8 array, uint16 array, and the uint32 array for integer numbers of 8, 16, and 32 bytes respectively. We have the uint8 clamped array that is for 8 integers and that clamps them on assignment, which we are going to see. Then we have the int8 array, int16 array, and int32 array for signed integer numbers, which can be negative as well. And we have the float32 array, and we have the float62 array for signed floating point numbers of 32 and 64 bits. Now, no int8 or similar single value types, so please note that despite of the names like int8 array, there is no single value type like int or int8 in JavaScript. Now that's logical, as the int8 array is not an array of these individual values, but rather a view that is supplied on the array buffer. So I hope that you have understood what is a typed array, and that is going to be it for now. In the next tutorial, we are going to talk more about the array buffers and binary data. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial, we are again going to be talking about the array buffer and binary arrays. In this tutorial specifically, we are going to talk about the out of bound behavior. Now, the question is that what if we attempt to write an out of point value into a typed array? Now, that is going to be no error, but the extra bits are going to be cut off. Now, for instance, if you try to put a 256 into a uint8 array, so in binary form, 256 is actually 1 and followed by 80, which makes it 9 bits. But uint8 array only provide 8 bits per value, which actually makes the available range from 0 to 255, which we have talked about in the previous tutorials. Now, for bigger numbers, only the rightmost, that are the less significant 8 bits, are going to be stored and the rest are going to be cut off. So for the 8-bit integers, so let's just say that we have 8-bit integers, and let's just say that we are talking about 1, and after that we are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 zeros. So this is actually the code which we have for 256. Now for a 8-bit integer, what that is going to do is that it is only going to keep these values. So what we are going to get is that we are going to get only zeros. Now for 257, what we have is that we have actually got a 1 here at the one end, and it is going to actually make it equal to 257. So that is again 9 bits. So the rightmost 8 bits are going to get stored, and we will have 1 in the array. So you can see that something very interesting over here is going on. We are trying to store 257, but since it is going to only take these 8 bits, which means that this is going to get discarded. So you can see that this is actually now the binary code for 1, which means that we are trying to store 257, but what it is going to store is actually 1, which is exactly what we don't want. So in other words, actually what it is going to save is the modulo, that is 2 power 8. So let's just see this with the help of an example. So we will just remove this from here, and let's just say that you have a uint 8 array object, which is actually equal to a new uint 8 array, and we are going to have 16 inside that. So right here we are going to have the number as 256. So as I told you in the beginning, that what it is going to store is actually the rightmost 8 bits, which is actually the binary code for 0. So right here, if you have alert the number dot to string and you want to get the binary code for that, so let's just save it and see the binary code here. So you can see that it is actually 1, and after that it is followed by 8 zeros. So just remove this, we don't need it anymore. It was just to show you the binary representation of 256. So right here, if you write in uint8 array and write in the 0th location and make it equal to 256, whereas for the second one, you write in at the first location you want to actually store in 257. So right here, if you now alert the uint8 array and you want to print out the zeroth location, so this is actually going to give you 0, whereas if you write in alert and uint8 array and you want to check for the first location, actually it is going to give you 1, which is actually exactly what I told you, that this actually has the code 10000 8 zeros, which means that it is only going to have these one. So what that is going to imply is that it is only going to have 0000, which means 8 zeros, which is actually the binary code for 0. Whereas for this one, actually it is going to have 1 followed by 7 zeros and a 1, which makes it equal to, since it is going to only take the rightmost 8 bits, discard the 1 at the end, so it is going to be something like this, which is actually the binary code for 1. So this is exactly what's going on to happen here. So let me just show you the output for this. So refresh this, you can see that it gets 0, and after that it is going to print out 1. So I hope that you have understood that. Then we have the uint8 clamped array that is special in this effect as well. Its behavior is different. It actually saves 255 for any number that is greater than 255 and 0 for any negative number. Now that behavior is useful for image processing. So right here, if you don't have the uint8 array, and let's just say that you have the uint clamped array, so what it is going to have is that it is going to not have this output, but if you save this and refresh this, you're going to see that for the first one it is going to have 255, and for the second one it also is going to have 255, which is exactly what this uint8 clamped array does, that for any number that is greater than 255 for the uint8 format, it is going to actually print out 255, and for since both of these are 255, so that's why it is going to have 255, and for negative values it is actually going to have 0 as the output. So let's just see this for the second output. This is 255 for the first one, and 0 is for the second one. So after that, we have the typed array methods. Now they have actually regular array methods with notable exceptions. So we can iterate, we can have the map method, the slice method, the find method, and the reduce method. There are a few things we can do though. We have got no splice, which means we cannot delete a value because typed arrays are views on a buffer. So these are fixed, contiguous areas of memory. All we can do is to assign a 0. And then we also have the no concat method. Now there are two additional methods. The first one is the array.set, which has two parameters. So let me just write you the syntax of those. The first one is the array.set. The first parameter is the from array, and the second parameter is the optional parameter, that is the offset. Now in this it actually copies all elements from the from array to the array, starting at the position offset, which if you don't specify it is going to be 0 by default. Now the second method is array dot subarray, and actually it has two parameters that are the begin and the end. So what this function is going to do is that it is going to create a new view of the same type from begin to end, that is exclusive. Now it is actually similar to the slice method that is also supported, but what it's different about this is it does not copy anything, it just create a new view to operate on the given piece of data. So these method allow us to copy typed arrays, mix them, create new arrays from existing ones, and so on. So the last thing which we are going to study is the data view. Now data view is a special super flexible untyped view over the array buffer. It allows you to access the data on any offset in any format. Now for typed arrays, the constructor dictates what the format is. The whole array is supposed to be uniform. The ith number is the array I. Now with data view, we access the data with methods like .get uint8 or .get uint16. So we choose the format at method call time instead of the construction time. So if you talk about the syntax, then it looks something like this. It is going to be new data view, and inside the parameters, the first one is that you have to specify the buffer, and then you have two optional parameter which are the very same for the byte offset, and the second one is the byte length. So the first one as is the buffer, that is the underlying array buffer. Unlike typed array, data view does not create a buffer on its own. We have to have it already. So the second one is the byte offset, that is the starting byte position of the view. It is optional, default value is 0. And finally, we have the byte length of the view, and it is also optional. By default, it is going to be till the end of the buffer. So for instance, let's just see this with the help of an example, and let's just say that you have a buffer that is equal to a new uint 8 array that has values 255, 255, 255, and 255 dot buffer. So as I told you that what it is going to have is that it does not create a buffer on its own. We need to have one ready. So after that, we are going to have let data view, and data view is going to equal to new data view, and inside that we are going to specify the buffer. After that, if you write in alert and you have data view dot the get method, which as I discussed you with, it is going to be get uint 16 not, but we are talking about get uint 8. And in the parameters, if you specify 0, then it is actually going to get you 255. So it is going to get you the 8-bit number at offset number 0, which is 255 in our case. Then if you want to now get the 16-bit number at the offset 0, now since it consists of 2 bytes together, it is going to be represented as 65535. That is the biggest 16-bit unsigned int. So right here, if you copy this and you just paste it again, and instead of uint 8, you just write in uint 16. So this over here is going to be a combination of two values now, which means 16. So it is going to give you 65535. That is the biggest number in the 16-bit unsigned int. And this one is going to give you the biggest number in the 8-bit, that is going to be 255. And after that, if you have in place of 8 you have 32, then it is going to get you the 32-bit number at offset number 0, which is the biggest 32-bit unsigned number. That is 4294967295. And after that, if you have data view dot set uint 32, and in the parameters you specify 0 by 0, that is actually the set method. So it is going to set 4 byte numbers to 0, thus it is going to set all bytes to 0. So if you run this code, you're going to see 255, then for the 16-bit greatest number, and then for the 32-bit greatest number. So a data view is great when we store mixed format data in the same buffer. For example, when we store a sequence of pair that can be 16-bit and 32-bit, 16-bit integers and 32-bit float values. So a data view allows to access them easily. So that is all with the array buffer and the binary arrays. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered in the previous two and this tutorial. That was all about array buffers in JavaScript. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about the text decoder and the text encoder. Now, the question is that what if the binary data is actually a string? So, for instance, we received a file with textual data. Now, the built-in text decoder object allows one to read the value into an actual JavaScript string given the buffer and the encoding. So, first we need to actually create it. So, right in front of you in the very first line here, we have actually got the syntax for doing that. So it is going to be let decoder equal to new text decoder, and you have two parameters, label and options, both optional. So the first one, label, is the encoding that can be UTF-8 by default, but you can also have the big 5 U, the Windows 1251, and many others are also supported. Then the options is again the optional object that can be either fatal or it can be the ignore BOM. Now, for the fatal boolean, if true, then throw an exception for invalid characters. Otherwise, replace them with the character /UFFFD. Then the ignore bomb is boolean. If true, then ignore the BOM. That is an optional byte order Unicode mark that is rarely needed. And then to decode things, you have to use this. Let str equal to decoder dot decode, and input and options. In the input you have to specify the buffer source which you want to decode, and in the options parameter you have to specify the stream that is true for decoding streams when decoder is called repeatedly with incoming chunks of data. In that case, a multi-byte character may occasionally split between chunks. This options actually tells the text decoder to memorize unfinished characters and decode them when the next chunk comes. So for instance, let's just say that you have a uint 8 array that is equal to new uint 8 array that actually stores some data. Let's just say 72, 101, 108, 108, and 111. So let's just say that this is the data. So we are going to write an alert new text decoder, and we are going to call in the decode ot it, and we are going to specify the uint8 array. So when you run this code, what that is going to do is that it is going to actually print hello, which is actually the codes here. So 72 is H, this 101 is E, 108 is L, 108 is again L, and then 111 is actually this O. So after that, if you have let uint8 array equal to new uint8 array, and this time let's just say that the sequence which you specify is 228 189 160 and 229 165 and 189. And this time if you write an alert new text decoder dot decode, and with this you specify the uint8 array, then it is going to be something else. So we can actually decode a part of the buffer by creating actually a sub array view for it. So you have to actually make it equal to 1 so that it is something different. One with this as well. So let me just first show you the output of this, and then we are going to move ahead. So it is going to say hello, and after that it is actually a Chinese representation of a word which is printed using this sequence which you have provided right over here. So as I told you, we can actually decode a part of the buffer by creating a subarray view for it. Now to do that, you have to actually create a uint8 array, and this time let's just add a 2 with it and have uint8 array. And this time, let's just say that the elements are 0, 72, 101, 108, 108, 111, and finally 0. So this is actually something that again is the hello. But what we have here is the string is actually in the middle this time. You can see that it is actually surrounded by zeros here. So we have actually to create a new view over it without copying anything. Now to do that, you have to write in let binary string is going to equal to the uint8 array2 dot subarray, and you have to pass in 1 and -1. So now if you want to have an alert statement where you have the new text decoder dot decode, and you want to decode the binary string, it is actually going to give you hello as the output. So let's just run this and see what happens. So we are going to refresh this. This hello is for the first, then the Chinese word. And after that, you are going to see that you are again going to get a hello. So for the last one, which we did here, we have actually decoded a part of the buffer by creating a subarray view of it. So I hope that you have understood that. So moving on to the next part of the tutorial, that is the text encoder. Now, what we have done in the text encoder is going to do the reverse thing. It is going to convert a string into bytes. Now the syntax is quite simple. It is let encoder equal to new text encoder. The only encoding it support is the UTF-8. Now it has two methods. The first one is the encode, and you have to specify a string in the parameters. That is going to return the uint8 array from a string. And the second function is the encode into, which has two parameters, the str and the destination. That is going to encode the string into the destination, that must be the uint8 array. So to see an example of this, let's just create a variable named as encoder equal to a new text encoder. And right here we can have let uint8 array. This time let's just make it equal to 3 here and write in encoder dot encode and just specify the strings inside here, and that is going to be it. Just alert it, and it is actually going to give you the output as the numbers which you specified here, that are 72, 101, 108, and 111. So as I told you, that this over here is actually converting this binary into a string, but this one here is going to convert this string actually into into actually bytes. So if you save this, and let me just comment this one out here so that the output for this doesn't generate. Just remove this, and now it has actually been commented out, so we will only get the output for this. So if you run this, it is going to say 72, 101, 108, 108, and 111, which is actually the encoding of the hello string. So I hope that you have understood what a text decoder and what a text encoder is and how they works actually. So that is it with this tutorial as well. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to be talking about blob. Now a blob object is simply a group of bytes that holds the data stored in a file. It may seem like that a blob is a reference to the actual file, but actually it is not. A blob has its size and the MIME just like that of a simple file. Now what is actually a MIME? Now a MIME is actually a multi-purpose internet mail extension protocol. Now, it is a standard that was proposed by the Bell Communications in 1991 in order to expand the limited capabilities of email. MIME is a kind of add-on or a supplementary protocol that allows the non-ASCII data to be sent through the SMTP. It allows the user to exchange different kind of data files on the internet, that can be audio files, video file, images, application programs as well. So you can go on and actually Google what a multi-purpose internet mail extension MIME is, and you're going to get a lot of stuff regarding that. So for now, you need to just stick on to blob. So as I told you that a blob has its size and MIME just like that of a simple file. So the blob data is stored in the memory or the file system of a user depending upon the browser features and the size of the blob. Now a simple blob can be used anywhere we wish, just like files. Now, the content of the blob can easily be read as the array buffer, which makes blob very convenient to store the binary data. So, if you talk about the syntax for how to create a blob, then it looks something like this. It is var abc equal to new blob, and inside that you have to specify the parameters, where the first one is going to be the blob content, and the second one is going to be the type, and it is actually the blob property containing the MIME property. So apart from inserting data directly into a blob, we can also read data from blob using the file reader class. So let's just implement this syntax with the help of an example. And right here, let's just say that we have variable abc that is equal to a new blob. Now inside the parameters, what you have to do is that the first thing which you have to specify is going to be the blob content. So it can be anything. Let's just say we want to have tutorials on JavaScript. So this is going to be the blob content. And after that, what you have to do is that you have to specify the type here. So for this one, we have a very simple type that is actually a text that is plain. So we have plain text here as the second parameter, that is the blob property that contains the MIME property now. So after that, as I told you that apart from inserting data into a blob, we can also read data from this block using the file reader class. Now to access the file reader class, we have to actually create a variable, and we are going to make it equal to new file reader. So this is going to be it. After that, what we are going to do is that we are going to have def dot add event listener, and what we are going to have inside that is load end. So we are going to call upon a function that is going to receive an event that is going to be the load end event. And after this event has been performed, what we want simply is that we want to have document dot get element by ID, and we want to get a paragraph, and we want to change the inner HTML for that. That is going to equal to e dot src element dot result. So all we need now to do is that we need to have def dot read as text, and we have to specify the blob here. So all now you need to do is that in the HTML file, you have to just create a simple paragraph element, and you have to specify the ID for that paragraph to be this para. So right inside here, we are going to have paragraph, and we are going to specify an ID as para, and that is going to be it. So if you now run this code, you're going to see that it is going to say tutorials on JavaScript. So I hope that you have understood that. Now the second part is the blob URLs. Now just like we have the file URLs that refers to some real files in the local file system, we also have the blob URLs that refers to the blob. Now blob URLs are quite similar to any regular URLs, and hence can be used almost anywhere that we can use the general URLs. Now a blob can be easily used as a URL for the A tag, for the image, or other tags to display its content. Now the blob URL pointing towards a blob can be obtained using the create object URL object. So let's just see this with the help of an example, that how we are going to have the blob URL and point it towards a blob that can be obtained using the create object URL object. So in the index.html, you can specify the title to be JavaScript blob. And what you are going to do inside the body is that you are going to have a tag. So we will just remove this from here and we are going to have an a tag. The href is going to be hashtag, and before that we are going to have download, and download is going to equal to actually an image. So right here what we are going to do is that if you go into the browser and see that we have this google.com, so if you right click it and write in save image as, you can see that you have got a specific name for it. So if you just copy this, and you can see that the type is the png image, so we will not just save it here. What we are going to do is that we will just go back here, and right here we are going to specify that, and we are going to specify the id as link. So we will just save this, and before that you have to add download here. Save this, and in the script.js what you have to do is that we will just remove this from here. We have our blob, that's this tutorials on js, and right here we are going to write in link dot href, that is going to equal to url dot create object url of this blob. So if you save this page and refresh this, you are going to see that you have this download button. If you click on this download button, you can see that you have got this as text file. So if you open it, you can see that inside that you have got tutorial on JS, which is exactly what we have here in here. So basically you are going to get a downloaded you are going to have a downloaded dynamically generated blob here with tutorial on js as its content. Now you can have the blob to array buffer as well. The blob constructor can be used to create blobs from anything, including any type of buffer source. Now for low level processing, we can use the lowest level array buffer from the blob using the file reader. So to do that, what you have to do is that you can have let def equal to new file reader, and after that you can have def dot read as array buffer, and you can specify the blob here as the parameter, and you're going to write in def dot onload equal to a function that is going to receive an event, that is the onload event. It is going to have let res equal to def dot result. So what that is going to help you with is that it is going to use the lowest level array buffer from the blob using the file reader. So I hope that you have understood what a blob is and what is the purpose of blob in JavaScript. So before we quit on, let's just discuss the pros and the cons of using blobs. So let's just first discuss about the pros of using blob. There are three. The first one is that blobs are a good option for adding large binary data files to a database and can be easily referenced. Second is that it is easy to set access rights using the rights management while using blob. And finally, the database backups of blob contains all the data. So these are the three pros for using blobs. Then there are some cons for using blobs as well. The first one is that not all databases permit the use of blobs. Secondly, blobs are inefficient due to the amount of disk space required and the access time. And finally, creating backups is highly time consuming due to the file size of blobs. So I hope that you have understood about blobs, what they are, and how they are used in JavaScript. So that is it with this tutorial as well. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I will see you guys later. Hey guys, what's up? I welcome you to another tutorial on this course, and in this tutorial we are going to talk about file and file reader. So, firstly, we will talk about file. Now, a file object inherits from blob and is extended with the file system related capabilities. Now, there are two ways to obtain it. First, there is a constructor that is similar to Bob. And in the first, you can see that you have got new file, then file parts, file name, and options are the parameters. In the file parts, it is actually an array of blob or buffer source or string values. The file name is actually the file name string, and in the options, you can have optional objects like last modified, that is this timestamp of last modification. Secondly, more often we get a file from input type equal to file or a drag and drop or other browser interfaces. In that case, the file gets this information from the operating system. Now, as the file inherits from the blob, file object have the same properties plus it has two more that are the name, that is the file name, and then the last modified, that is the timestamp for last modification. So that's how basically we get a file object from input type equal to file. So let's just see how we are going to use the input one. So let's just say that in here in the body tags of HTML, you are going to have an input field. The type is going to be file, and we are going to have a on change event that is going to equal to show file this. So let's just move to the script.js, and in the script.js we are actually going to have that function that is named as show file. Input is going to be inside that. So inside this function we are going to have let file equal to input dot files, and we are actually referring to the zeroth file. So if you now write in alert and you have file name, and inside the brackets you have file dot name, then it is actually going to give you a file, for example my.png. And if you want to alert the last modified, then that is going to be something like this, where you will have file dot last modified. So it is going to give you a date that is going to tell you that when was the file last modified. So please note that the input may select multiple files. So input.files is an array like object with them. So here we have only one file. So we just take input.files 0. So if you want to run this code, you can refresh and it is going to ask you to choose a file. So if you click on choose file and click on that image which you just loaded in the previous tutorial, you can see that it is going to say file name Google logo color.txt. If you click on OK, it is going to give you the last modified, that is a number that actually is the last modified time. So you can see that right here you have also got the name of that file. So this is how file works here. So the next part of this tutorial is about the file reader, which you can see right down here. So we will just remove this from here for now and move down here. Now in the file reader, you can see that it is actually an object with the sole purpose of reading data from blob objects. Now it delivers the data using events, as reading from disk may take time. Now the constructor is right in front of you that says let reader equal to new file reader, no arguments here. Now there are certain methods which are associated with that. The first one, as you can see, is the read as array buffer that has the parameter as blob. Now it is going to read the data in the binary format from the array buffer. The second function is read as text, which has two parameters, the blob and the encoding. It is going to read the data as a text string with the given encoding, that is UTF-8 by default. The third function is read as data URL, which has the parameter as blob. It is going to be not UTL but URL. Now it is going to read the binary data and encode it as the base64 data URL. And finally, we have the abort that is going to cancel the operation. Now, the choice of a read method depends on which format we actually prefer and how we are going to use the data. So, the read as array buffer function for binary files is to do low level binary operation. For high level operation like slicing, file inherits from blob, so we can call them directly without reading. And for the read as text for a text file, when we would like to get a string, and for the read as data URL is when we would like to use this data in the src for image or another tag. Now there is an alternative way to reading a file for that, as which we discussed in the previous tutorials using the url dot create object url. Now as the reading proceeds, we actually got some events as well, which you can see in front of you. The first one is the load start. That is when the loading start. Then the progress which occurs during reading. Then load no errors, reading complete. Abort for abort calls. And error when an error has occurred. And for the load end, which we also covered in the previous tutorial, that is when the reading finished with either success or failure. And for the result part, when the reading is finished, we can access the result as either reader.result if the result if successful, that, and in the reader.error, that is the error which if uh, reading was not successful and it failed. So the most widely used events are for sure the load and the error. So let's just see this with the help of an example for how to read a file. So right here what we are going to do is that first we are going to have here, we have the input type equal to file. On change is going to be not show file, but it is going to be read a file. So just save this, go back to the script.js, and in the script.js what we are going to do is that we are going to have a function that is going to be read file. It is going to take an input, and inside this function we are going to have file equal to input dot files number 0, which is going to be the file we select. Then we are going to have let reader equal to new file reader. After that we are going to have reader dot read as text the file which we have selected, and we are going to have read file, not, we are going to have reader dot on load. It is going to call upon a function which is going to actually alert reader dot result. And for this is basically for the success, whereas for the error we are also going to have reader dot on error. It is going to call upon a function, and inside that function we are going to alert reader dot error. That is actually an event. So that is it. So let's just run this code and see if the reading was successful or not. So refresh and it is going to ask you to choose a file. So let's just say that this time we choose a file which has some text as well. So right here we are going to choose this file, that is some JavaScript code. So if we open this, you can see that it is going to alert the, it is going to actually read out the data and list it right in front of you, whatever this txt file contains. So this is what it contains, that is some JavaScript code, and you can see that you have got my.js.txt here. So this is actually how you can actually read a file in JavaScript using the file reader. So I hope that you have understood what we have covered. We actually talked that file object inherits from blob. In addition to blob, methods and properties, file object also have name and last modified properties plus the internal ability to read from file system. We usually get file object from user input like input tag or the drag and drop events, that is the on drag end. Then we talked that file reader objects can read from a file or a blob in three formats, that is the string, the array buffer, or the data URL, that is the base 64 encoded. In many cases, though, we don't need to read the file content. Just as we did with blobs, we can create a short URL with the url.createObject URL and assign it to a tag or the image tag. Now, this way, the file can be downloaded or shown up as an image as a part of Canvas. And if we are going to send a file over a network, that is also easy. Network API like XML HTTP request or fetch natively accept file objects. So this was all we talked about file and file reader. So I hope that you have understood that. So that is it. Thank you so much guys for watching, and I will see you guys later.